Chapter 601, Grid 1. You didn't sense wrong. Indeed, the black disaster has weakened a bit. Fu Bai affirmed, the power of the source disaster is infinite. It doesn't weaken due to dispersed forces. Its intensity remains eternally fixed. Its strength is the same for one as it is for a billion. The only possible way to weaken the source disaster's strength is that something is helping to resist the entire source disaster. Feng Shuizi said solemnly. Golden halos lit up around both of them, with masses of planets floating and sinking behind them. They weren't just borrowing the power of the planets. They were also protecting these planets from being destroyed by the Great Extinction. What did you think of? Fu Bai's heart moved as he glanced back at his companion. Don't you think the current situation is exactly the same as when the Heavenly Venerate laid out the seals back in the day? Feng Shuizi asked in a deep voice. But all the Heavenly Venerates have disappeared, nowhere to be found. Fu Bai frowned. Yes, so the seals laid down by the Heavenly Venerates have failed, no longer effective. Just suppose, a new Heavenly Venerate suddenly resurfaces from time, would the seals be reactivated? Feng Shuizi speculated. Certainly, the Heavenly Venerate's power is eternal due to their immortality. Though there's a fixed number of uses for their power, once they exert their power, it never disappears. As long as they exist, their power is eternal, never fearing any eradication. Fu Bai nodded. So, you're guessing a participating Heavenly Venerate has revived from the shadows? Only this explanation. Feng Shuizi nodded. Master, Senor Fu Bai. At that moment, a faint sound transmitted through the Great Extinction's black mist, penetrating the fog and reaching both of their ears. Both of them were stunned and immediately channeled their mana, listening intently. Master Senior Fu Bai. Yu Hong's voice gradually became clearer from within the black mist. Soon, a small 3-story black building slowly pierced through the thick fog, floating not far in front of the two golden immortals. Master, Senior, are you all right? A sturdy tall man sitting by the window on the first floor of the building waved excitedly at the two. Yu Hong? How did you come back? Feng Shuizi frowned. I delved deeper, reaching the Heartless Belt, where I suffered severe losses. Thankfully, I found a safe zone to rest. The man was none other than Yu Hong, who had already broken through to the Mahayana realm. Feeling slightly emotional, seeing Master and Fu Bai safe and sound sparked a clear hope, replacing the original despair in his eyes. The safe zone quickly approached, hovering several kilometers from the two golden immortals. Yu Hong scanned the surroundings. Master Senior, we're already in the Great Extinction here. It'll only get stronger, and other source disasters might sweep through, intersecting. Why don't you follow me to a newly discovered safe area? Safe area. Seeing Yu Hong unharmed, both Feng Shuizi and Fu Bai felt a sense of relief. The fact that the safe zone could even temporarily block the Great Extinction validated their painstaking efforts. Both felt a slight movement in their hearts. The idea of using the safe zone's materials to construct a defense area for red sky fruit certainly seemed effective. For a moment, both were tempted. Feng Shuizi carefully inspected Yu Hong and the safe zone. Indeed, we can't stay here long. Only one type of the Great Extinction is here now. Once other source disasters and the Great Extinction erupt together, escape will be difficult. All right, let's go together. I'll take over, you prepare to move out. Zheng Ro, you lead the way, Fu Bai said solemnly. Yes.
Yu Hong nodded firmly.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Within the wind disaster, black and white threads continuously surged, eroding everything around them. Whether it was living beings within the wind disaster or the remnants of floating ruins, all were disintegrated and dissipated within the threads. In front of the black and white threads, amidst a surge of colored lines, a massive silver-gray building was speeding the opposite direction, bursting with colorful flames. Silver-gray bands floated around the building. On the surface of these bands stood 5 grand arcanists holding golden magic wands, continuously guiding the floating city forward. Can we still contact that person? Among the 5, a rhino-headed humanoid mage peered through the protective shield with fishbubble eyes at the external situation. The current speaker of the floating city, the rhino person Nijiraden. No news yet, but we've detected slight fluctuations. Another Grand Arcanist replied deeply. Following the map, we can't bypass that checkpoint. Such a high-intensity area must have special passages. Otherwise, with that person's current cultivation, how could they easily get through compared to our combined efforts? Nijiraden sighed. He was referring to Yu Hong. Since leaving the original universe, the floating city had been following the traces of Yu Hong's safe zone. With the shared map from Agrius, the safe zones Yu Hong pioneered ahead were clearly displayed on the map. This was a little private matter that Agrius didn't tell Yu Hong. Black Spirit explored the safety zone, followed closely by the floating city. He believed that if Yu Hong knew, he wouldn't blame him either. After all, on the floating city side, Ku Chan, Yi, and others were the closest people to Yu Hong. According to the cultivation realm of Qinghe Mountain, Zheng Ro should still be at the divinity transformation stage cultivator, just entering the contamination realm. In terms of energy level, she is estimated to be much weaker than us. There is no reason that the place she can freely enter and exit, we can only be blocked outside. Lu Shiran, who knew Yu Hong and Qinghe Mountain the best among the council members, said. His disciples were Ku Chan, so he got the most complete and accurate information. Is it possible that there are subtle differences in immortal cultivation? A council member asked in a low voice. There are differences, but in actual application, it is just the method that varies. The disparity within the same energy level is not that big. Lu Shiran replied. The others remained silent. Including the speaker, everyone was silent, and their brows furrowed. In their previous encounters, they were suddenly attacked by the Black and White Silk Wind disaster, directly losing 1/3 of their population and several great Arcanist council members. If it weren't for Lu Shiran promptly adjusting the direction based on the information given by Ku Chan, the entire floating city might have been swallowed and destroyed by the Black and White Wind disaster. In that case, we'll try that entrance and exit again. If the space expansion spell still doesn't work, then we won't follow Zheng Ro anymore. Lu Shiran finally decided. Agreed. Agree. Okay. One by one, the council members nodded slightly. In fact, if it weren't for the Great Annihilation forcing them, they wouldn't want to enter the Heartless Belt either. And if it weren't for the extreme danger of the Heartless Belt, they wouldn't want to follow Yu Hong's trajectory closely without daring to venture freely. Unfortunately, the key now is that Yu Hong seemed to have entered the entrance of the Heartless Belt because the floating city was too big to get in. Then, Lu Shiran was about to give the order to start. We've made contact. Suddenly, from within the floating city, a communication spell was heard. Council Chairman, council members, we have successfully made contact with Zheng Ro ahead of us. The signal has been maintained steadily and can be directly communicated at any time. May I ask if you would like to? The voice of the communication mage responsible for contact sounded from the spell. Quick, quick, quick. Council Chairman Nid Jayton immediately relaxed his expression and urgently confirmed the connection. Not only him, but the other council members, including Lu Shiran, also felt a sense of relief. Since leaving the original universe, they have encountered at least dozens of various troubles and dangers. The number of dead and injured mages and damaged arcane war weapons was countless, and the losses were comparable to the prolonged Black Tide War. And now, at last, they had made contact with Yu Hong ahead. With Yu Hong's precise guidance, the floating city's subsequent navigation would undoubtedly be much smoother and safer. At this moment, all the council members, including Lu Shiran, were quietly waiting for the transmission spell to transfer the signal. About half a minute later, in midair among the five, a tall and indistinct figure slowly appeared. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, with a tall and strong build, short black hair, and dressed in black. It was Yu Hong, who hadn't appeared for a long time. Finally, we made contact, thank goodness. Seeing the 5 council members, Yu Hong also let out a long breath. The signal check is correct. It seems this is indeed the floating city. He glanced at the 5 council members, his eyes suddenly focused. Where is Senior Agrius? Council member Agrius completely dissipated some time ago. Lu Shiran, as Ku Chan's teacher, took the initiative to respond. Zheng Ro, we are now facing great difficulties. When we followed you forward, we encountered huge resistance upon entering the Heartless Belt. Do not enter. You and I are different. Entering there will only encounter an extremely dangerous, terrifying, unconscious body. Upon hearing this, Yu Hong's face became serious. I didn't know you were following, otherwise I would have left markers behind. Why? Isn't the route you took the safest and most reliable? Lu Shiran frowned and asked. It's safe, but I managed to avoid trouble several times by relying on the concealment function of safe houses. The two unconscious body monsters I encountered only ignored me because I'm small. This is a special advantage of my small size. But for the floating city, it definitely won't pass. The danger will increase sharply. Yu Hong stated seriously. So, can you give us any better advice? Compared to you, we haven't spent as much time in the wind disaster. Council Chairman Nid Jayton humbly asked. Advice? Let's do this. I'll circle around to avoid the unconscious body ahead. You wait for my notification. When I tell you to follow, follow steadfastly and immediately. Yu Hong thought for a moment and said in a low voice, Remember, if you follow, you must trust me fully. In the source disaster, many places can't be judged safe or dangerous by appearance alone. Appearances can be deceiving. The 5 council members hesitated. The council chairman didn't hesitate for a few seconds and immediately made a decision. All right, since we choose to trust you, we have no other choice. I'll wait for your notification, he said firmly. Rest assured, Ku Chan, Quan He, and all the AUS Academy members are in the floating city. Even if I trick myself, I won't trick them. Yu Hong said sincerely. All right, we trust you. Nid Jayton nodded seriously. That's good. Yu Hong nodded, and his figure gradually disappeared. The 5 council members then controlled the floating city to hover in place, quietly waiting for the notification. Chapter 602, Grid 2. About half an hour later, a black shadow, belonging to Yu Hong's black spirit shadow, appeared in a certain location at the right front of the floating city. The surface of black spirit glowed with a layer of bright golden light, the light flickering continuously, releasing a simple communication signal. The floating city responded to the signal, indicating that it had been received. Soon, Yu Hong's figure once again emerged among the 5 counselors. All right, everyone, please follow me. The situation here is somewhat different from the map's representation. The floating city is too large, so we need to take a detour that covers a longer route. We might encounter danger at first, so please hold on for a while, he explained seriously. All right, we trust you. Lord Zheng Ro, Chairperson Nid Jayton nodded. That's good, Yu Hong affirmed. Soon, the black spirit turned forward, directly rushing into a deep unknown area of the wind disaster towards the left. The floating city followed closely behind, with one large and one small, disappearing into the colorful torrent after a while. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the Heartless Belt, Yu Hong concentrated on controlling the black spirit, carefully gliding over the side of a giant red monster lying on the ground. This red monster was only half the size of the previous corpse of Cloud Racing Venerable, but it was still an extremely large being. The monster's entire body was covered in red hard skin. Its form was humanoid, and spikes extended down its back. Its head was a strange triangle shape, and it had 3 long dark red tails dragging behind. This guy might also be a venerable of another race similar to Cloud Racing Venerable. Yu Hong speculated in his mind. It was natural that venerable beings could not be exclusive to humans, and he had seen this in the classical books on Qinghe Mountain. Looking out the window, he watched the massive red corpse gradually receding into the distance, and his heart began to settle. These few days, he had floated in this area of the Heartless Belt. Perhaps because he was close to these venerable corpses, he had not encountered an attack from unconscious bodies a single time. It might also be that the security house's target was too small to be noticed by those unconscious bodies, beings the size of star systems. But regardless of the reason, Yu Hong found some relief in his mind. Soon, once the trait fusion is complete, I will certainly advance further. This way, when I delve deeper, I'll have greater confidence. Time waits for no one. This was Yu Hong's greatest anxiety at the moment. Stepping away from the window, he looked around at the various items and arrays in the room. Over these days, taking advantage of the relative calm, he had repaired the arrays. Although there were no more golden immortal level arrays, his mana, having the incomplete version of the heavenly venerable position, had begun to show some special changes. His mana had become more solid and less prone to dispersal. Upon discovering this, Yu Hong immediately reset everything in the security house using his current mana. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the communication device on the table. It still emitted only static noise, with no sound from anyone else. Merely looking at the device made Yu Hong feel a deep, profound loneliness welling up from within. He stood up, sighed, and turned to head to the cultivation chamber. But after a few steps, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, this communication device still uses floating city technology. Why not enhance it with my current mana? He wasn't unfamiliar with communication arrays. Even if the energy sources needed substantial modifications, he could probably accomplish it now. In truth, expecting the floating city's current energy level to create a device capable of penetrating far distances through the source disaster was a bit unrealistic. Could it be that the communication device malfunctioned? And it wasn't the floating city having issues, but just a temporary interruption. Moreover, I still have the water instrument ball, and I can combine it with the communication device, enhancing it with my evolved mana. The more Yu Hong thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Although his mana cultivation was still in the Mahayana realm, the incomplete heavenly venerable positions trait was extraordinary, directly related to a venerable. In mundane terms, it was like, he might still be a village cadre, but a special one who could make small requests directly to state ministers. He lightly covered the communication device with one hand, his mana flowing into it slowly. Meanwhile, he took out the water instrument ball with his other hand, placing both together. This was his first time performing a fusion modification himself. As mana poured in, the arrays inside the water instrument ball and the communication device began to decompose and restructure. The water instrument ball's array was far more powerful than the communication devices, having been personally crafted by Yu Shuezi at the immortal realm level. If it weren't for Yu Hong being in the Mahayana stage and having transformed mana plus the incomplete heavenly venerable position trait, he wouldn't have been able to reforge this item. Nevertheless, the reforging process was extremely complex and tedious. After persisting for over an hour, Yu Hong's divine sense was largely exhausted, forcing him to stop and recuperate. Vitality is running low. I need to find a sufficient source of vitality next. Yu Hong, sitting cross-legged, felt the slow circulation of the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique within him, contemplating where to obtain resources for cultivation. This is the depths of the source disaster. There is basically no normal living being that could exist around here. The only possible entities are unconscious bodies. At his current realm, even the enormous vitality accumulated by Agrius was only enough to push him to the Mahayana realm. The subsequent vitality needed would surely be even more terrifying. If he didn't want to devour entire living beings from the universe, then the only choice he had was the unconscious bodies floating everywhere in the Heartless Belt. Firstly, they are large enough and their vitality is abundant. Secondly, it's almost certain that the rest of the universe is either fleeing from or being obliterated by the great annihilation outside. I have no other choice. Feeling his cultivation nearly come to a standstill, Yu Hong paused. While taking out the life armor core he had collected from the Flame Star to study its special structure that converts energy into vitality, he also controlled the black spirit to carefully patrol around in circles, searching for suitable vitality targets. But after 2 hours had passed, the surroundings were still as silent and lifeless as the starry sky. The enormous corpse of the heavenly venerate floated in space, motionless and devoid of any vitality. Feeling a bit irritated, Yu Hong stopped flying, stood up, and walked into the cultivation chamber. I possess the galaxy I now and have the ability to control decay. So, doesn't decay also signify a form of control over vitality? What if I reverse the process of decay? Would I be able to extract the vitality needed from it? An idea suddenly struck him, and he quickly retrieved a bundle of Tai Sui remains he had packed from the life well. This Tai Sui had long been drained of all its vitality by him and Quan He, utterly dead. Now, as he took it out again, Yu Hong placed it on the ground. The Tai Sui, about the size of a wash basin, was pale yellow all over. In its dried-up state, it looked like a huge piece of octopus jerky, emitting a faint fishy odor. Decaying eye. Yu Hong's right eye narrowed as a translucent beam shot out from his pupil, shining upon the dried Tai Sui. Decay reversal, he commanded in his mind. In an instant, the Tai Sui began to quiver violently, then quickly started reversing the process. The previously dried flesh began to plump up again, absorbing moisture from the surrounding air, and becoming visibly moist and elastic. About 8 or 9 seconds later, the Tai Sui stopped changing. No matter how he activated the decay reversal eye, it wouldn't change anymore. Is this the limit? He stopped the decay eye, grabbing the Tai Sui with one hand. A steady stream of vitality once again flowed into Yu Hong's body. It actually worked. His expression changed, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. But before he could rejoice for long, the Tai Sui shriveled up again, its internal vitality completely gone, devoured entirely. Even an entire circulation within Yu Hong's body hadn't been completed. He immediately understood. The amount was too small, far too small. Placing the dried Tai Sui back down, Yu Hong gave up completely. Then, how about trying the mass energy conversion at the heavenly venerable position level? Another thought rose in his mind. He had attempted this many times over the past few days. This mass energy conversion ability could only be used once per day, and each time it covered only the scope of his divine sense with a limited range. But its exaggeration lies in the fact that, apart from the piece of source material given by Senior Sudan, all other substances could be converted into energy effortlessly. This energy was not limited to the types he mastered. Any kind of energy he could imagine could be converted directly. That was indeed quite exaggerated. In a sense, this incomplete heavenly venerable position already defies logic and science. I really wonder how the heavenly venerates cultivated to such a level. While feeling emotional, Yu Hong also began to contemplate. From this perspective, pure vitality could also be viewed as a kind of energy. If I directly convert matter into vitality, would it succeed? These days, he had been testing with very small objects. This time, he planned to do a new test. In the chamber, Yu Hong took out a high-energy protein ball he had stocked from the floating city. This thing could sustain a grown man's protein supply for 5 days with just one ball, truly a powerhouse among compressed foods. Now, Yu Hong held it in his palm, his eyes fixed on the black, sesame ball-like protein ball. Transform, he thought, centering his mind as he activated mass energy conversion. In an instant, the protein ball suddenly scattered, turning into a small pile of black powder. The powder then melted again into a puddle of viscous black liquid. Bang! The liquid swelled up with a big bubble, then exploded instantly. All the liquid splattered as the bubble burst, and simultaneously, an immense surge of invisible vitality swept throughout the chamber's space. In no time, the invisible vitality rapidly retracted, condensing into a fingernail-sized golden crystal, floating in Yu Hong's palm. The direct conversion had shocked him, leaving him startled in place.
No wonder.
It's no wonder the heavenly venerates could delve into the source disaster and seal its manifestations. If they could use such an exaggerated ability infinitely, they could indeed become self-sufficient in any environment, creating something from nothing, converting at will. Holding the golden crystal, feeling the enormous vitality inside equivalent to 1,000th of Agrius, Yu Hong suddenly understood why, in the eyes of heavenly venerates, ordinary life forms might truly be seen as disposable objects created at will. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the communicator and water instrument ball on the first floor, seemingly fully infused with mana, suddenly emitted a beeping sound indicating an incoming communication request. Chapter 603, Identify 1. Deep within the great annihilation of the Black Disaster. Inside Black Spirit. Feng Shuezi was outside maintaining the covered area of the red sky fruit. Fu Bai and Yu Hong entered Black Spirit, guiding the way ahead. Inside the great annihilation, it was a pitch black everywhere. Nothing visible from the window, except for the light inside Black Spirit shining out from the windows, forming a slender white beam. Senior, how is Master doing now? Yu Hong asked while controlling Black Spirit. Your master and the others are currently practicing with the Qinghe Mountain sect. They're doing quite well, just sometimes they think about you and Quan He, replied Fu Bai. But didn't Uncle Master return to the sect with you? How come? Yu Hong asked, puzzled. The sect did send golden immortals initially, migrating together with us, but we encountered the great annihilation midway, halting the migration. To protect the sect first, they left ahead. Maybe they'll come back later, but... Fu Bai lowered his head slightly and didn't continue. So with the great annihilation, can't we go and migrate together with them?
Yuong froned.
The sect is too far, the red sky fruit's range can't perform instantaneous movement, only flying migration. By the way, Fu Bai pulled out a broken golden rear knife from the flesh lump behind his back. Surrounding the knife were faintly visible circles of dark golden rune lines. This is the core of the defensive array that I co-crafted with your Uncle Master. It was heavily damaged before. Could you help repair it? The remuneration is as usual, said Fu Bai, handing over the broken knife. All right, leave it to me. Yu Hong took the broken knife readily. The black mark on the back of his hand flashed, releasing a black line which entered the knife. But soon, the next second, Yu Hong's smile froze. From within the broken knife, that black line flowed back into the black mark on its own. Unconvinced, Yu Hong tried once more. After all, he had previously succeeded in repairing items crafted by heavenly venerates like the red sky fruit, but now... Yu Hong remained silent, attempting again over and over. The black line from the black mark on his hand entered the knife only to swiftly return each time. Until the 20th time, the black line once again returned to Yu Hong's hand. He stopped. Next to him, Fu Bai also stopped. The safe house was quiet, silent. No one spoke. Logically, the black mark had once repaired the red sky fruit and other high-level treasures, but now, after a long silence, Yu Hong finally spoke slowly. My abilities, they seem to have a bit of trouble. Fu Bai sighed, took back the broken knife and handed over a black box. Yu Hong received again, trying to repair it. But... His expression grew increasingly grim. Senior. He suddenly halted the safe house, floating directly in the black mist of the great annihilation. You all should go back, he said in a low voice. Go back where? Fu Bai countered. Our previous position is almost unsustainable. Anywhere. Just not with me. Yu Hong replied. Best to fly in the exact opposite direction of the one I led. Perhaps that's safer. Fu Bai did not answer, but sighed softly, pushed the door open and flew toward the rear where Feng Shuezi was. Not long after, the red glow from the red sky fruit gradually disappeared from behind Black Spirit. Feng Shuezi and Fu Bai left, without saying goodbye, simply departing without any reluctance. Inside Black Spirit, Yu Hong sat down, recalling what Sudan once said. He opened his mouth, discovering everything around beginning to fade, becoming transparent. So, I am. Yu Hong finally confirmed, bitterly smiling, lying back on the ground, looking at the gradually transparent ceiling, slowly closing his eyes. I truly wish everything was but a dream. Silently, he and Black Spirit completely vanished within the black mist of the great annihilation. Not long after, Feng Shuezi and Fu Bai returned to the original spot, attempting to find Yu Hong and the safe house, but found nothing. The two stood within the spherical red glow of the red sky fruit, falling into silence. It was a good while before Feng Shuizi spoke again. The red sky fruit can barely protect us for now. With our combined strength, we can self-sustain. If we stay in the great annihilation, eventually something will happen. He estimated the area of the red glow. Compared to the beginning, the red sky fruits region has already shrunk by a third. At most, we can sustain for 2 more months. There is only one choice now, Fu Bai said calmly. Enter the Heartless Belt. You mean? Feng Shuizi seemingly grasped something. Yes, if there's any place where heavenly venerates are likely to revive, it must be the Heartless Belt. Many heavenly venerates went missing back then, their bodies never found. But the Heartless Belt still has remnants of their corpses. If they revive, there's the highest hope there. Fu Bai replied. Speaking of which, quite a few treasures on me were scavenged from there. But we are now protecting the red sky fruit. Unlike back then. Feng Shuizi hesitated. But now there's no other choice. Fu Bai lowered his head. Asterisk. 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 Floating city. The immense floating city was following the same black spirit, flying towards the depths of the wind disaster. Ku Chan, Quan He, Yi, and Little White Dragon gathered together, standing inside the large ship of AUS Academy, looking out through the crystal windows at the countless strands of the wind disaster swaying outside. The floating city can't stay inside the wind disaster for long. The outer shell has already started corroding and deteriorating. At most, we have a year. If we can't find a sufficiently safe isolation zone, the entire floating city will have to further shrink the defensive array, cutting off the parts eroded by the wind disaster, Ku Chan said solemnly. Now it seems Yu Hong is truly extraordinary. The black spirit can stay in the wind disaster for such a long time without fear of erosion, which indeed is beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Quan He nodded. Actually, after returning to the floating city, I realized that a person like Brother Yu is one of a kind. According to Lord Agrius, all other Vitality ship captains are facing immense harm due to source disaster erosion. Their Vitality ships will soon deteriorate over time. Ku Chan nodded. I hope we can really reach a safe place this time. Along the way, there have been nothing but debris and wreckage, and we've discovered no other settlements of living people. Quan He sighed. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the water instrument ball behind Ku Chan suddenly vibrated slightly, emitting a buzzing sound. The water instrument ball was placed there by Quan He for easy contact with Yu Hong ahead. Now it sounded again, and Yi, who was standing by, carefully checked the symbols displayed on the ball's surface. It's Brother Yu, she quickly said. Connect it. Quan He squeezed a seal in his hand. Instantly, the surface of the water instrument ball glowed with golden light, and the next moment, with a hissing sound, a beam of golden light shot out from the surface, forming a light curtain in midair. In the light curtain appeared Yu Hong, sitting cross-legged at the bow of the black spirit ship. His short black hair and blindfolded eyes, coupled with a more rugged physique and black attire, made him look imposing as he gazed at them. We're almost there. There's a checkpoint ahead that looks like a black-white wind disaster annihilation vortex on the surface. But in truth, if you charge through its center, you'll reach a place called Ning. I've been there once. It's similar to the eye of a tornado, very safe and quiet. The only issue is resource scarcity. There's nothing inside, so we have to rely on ourselves. Yu Hong explained in a deep voice. Therefore, when you see me charge towards the black-white wind disaster vortex, you must not hesitate, because the moment for entry is fleeting. A slight mistake could lead to total destruction. Remember that. Don't worry, we trust you. Ku Chan nodded without hesitation. That's good. Also, Yu Hong nodded, about to say something more. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the water instrument ball sounded again. Even though he was already in contact, the water instrument ball was now making another connection request. Yi quickly approached to check the symbols on the surface of the ball. But as she looked, she was stunned. What's wrong, Yi? Quan He noticed and stepped closer to look at the water instrument ball's surface. As she looked, She was also taken aback. The symbols on the ball's surface were still indicating Yu Hong, but Yu Hong had already linked up with them. Quan He quickly raised her head, looking at the light curtain in midair. Yu Hong in the light curtain also noticed the symbols on the water instrument ball and recognized the situation. At such a time, could it be a heart disaster? Yu Hong's face grew serious. At this critical moment, any hesitation or doubt will result in the ship's destruction and the crew's death. So even a slight wavering can cause catastrophic consequences. That's possible. Quan He nodded, looked at the perpetually flashing communication connection symbol on the water instrument ball, pondered for a moment, and then directly disconnected the call. So it's settled then. Remember, do not hesitate even a bit. When I tell you to charge, you must do so immediately. Set the speed right. Yu Hong emphasized again. Understood. Quan He nodded. Beep, beep. Just then, the water instrument ball sounded again. The symbols on the ball's surface were still indicating Yu Hong. This time, Yu Hong frowned, but before he could speak, Quan He swiftly disconnected the call again. Don't worry, we won't be swayed, Quan He said calmly. That's good. Now I can rest assured. I have some tasks to attend to. Yu Hong nodded, his tone softening. All right. The light curtain dimmed, and Yu Hong disappeared. There was a moment of silence inside the ship. Quan He exhaled, lowered her head, and gently stroked the water instrument ball. Did you remember the symbols from the communication just now? She asked Kuchan. I remembered.
Kuchan nodded.
Call back, Quan He stated calmly. Kuchan, and Little White Dragon were all taken aback but said nothing. Shortly after, Kuchan redrew the complex communication symbols with mana, and Quan He input them into the water instrument ball. Beep, 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 beep. The rhythmic calling sound echoed again. Why call back? Do you not trust Brother Yu? Kuchan asked. I trust him, but I want to see what tricks the heart disaster can play, so we can prepare for it and defend against it in the future, Quan He explained. Clack. Just then, the water instrument ball connected. Quan He, junior sister. Yu Hong's voice came from the other side, tinged with caution. It's me. You used to call me senior. Quan He's expression was wooden. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then there was over 10 seconds of quiet breathing. Chapter 604. Identification 2. You also know that was before. Things are different now. Yu Hong laughed. Finally managed to contact all of you. I thought all of you were gone. Before, when the floating city was attacked, I heard your communications were cut off. Wait, the floating city was indeed attacked. But isn't this the first time we're communicating? When did we ever talk with you before? Quan He frowned and said, Is that so? In that case. Yu Hong fell silent for a moment. Perhaps it's a heart disaster, or maybe some monster disguises. I'm a bit confused. But no matter what, the fact that you're still here and safe is enough. Where are you now? Quan He asked. I'm in the Heartless Belt. The road behind is blocked by the Great Annihilation. Can't get out. Can only move forward. Can you see me on the map? Yu Hong asked. No, I can't see you. Quan He replied. That's actually normal, we are too far apart. If my cultivation hadn't broken through again, I wouldn't be able to contact you at all. Yu Hong spoke calmly, but a subtle, heartfelt lightness and relief could be sensed. We have encountered a situation now. Quan He quietly narrated their encounter with Yu Hong to the other party. What do you think? Is it really him or is it really you? Is that so? You've encountered it too. I should have guessed. Yu Hong's tone showed little surprise. So, the key now is how to determine whether he's real or I am. Then, have you ever thought about whether you are real yourselves? How could you prove it? This question instantly silenced Quan He and Kuchan. Yes, they thought about this terrifiedly. How to prove you are real, and not a creation of the heart disaster. In the Heartless Belt, Yu Hong sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression tranquil. Actually, if it is indeed a heart disaster, its result will inevitably lead to ultimate destruction. Regarding the people appearing in the process, whether they are real or not is irrelevant. The important thing is that their appearance will inevitably lead the original trajectory towards destruction. I have thought about this point. To avoid it, the only way is not to change. That's not a good method. Quan He replied, how do you know your unchanged trajectory won't lead to destruction in the first place? I don't know. So this is a gamble.
Yuong answered.
After all, if it's a heart disaster, the people it evolves are actually real. Since they are real, they will certainly understand this point. Just like Feng Shuizi Sherbua back then. Following the predetermined trajectory, Quan He somewhat understood Yu Hong's intention. Don't be influenced by me, nor by him. Make the choices you think are right. Currently, the invasion of the heart disaster should still be in the early stage, not severe.
Yuong reminded.
Facing other source disasters, there are traces to follow and shapes to resist, but facing the heart disaster, there's really no way. You can only gamble. The heart disaster's direction is destruction, to destroy all living beings, so abandoning all external interference and walking the path you decide yourself is the only way to avoid the heart disaster to the maximum extent. I understand. Quan He already had an answer in his mind at this moment. That's good. I won't interfere with your decisions. Now, I'm struggling to protect myself and can't help. If possible, I actually want to talk to the other Yu Hong. After all, according to the heart disaster, he is also truly Yu Hong. Maybe we will have more topics in common. Yu Hong said softly. Clack. Communication disconnected. Quan He stood still in place, closed his eyes. Ku Chan and Yi beside him. Their minds completely scrambled, pondering which side is real and which side is the evolution of the heart disaster. If our original trajectory leads to destruction, and Yu Hong Gu in front is here to save us, then not changing means waiting for death, right? Ku Chan voiced. Yes, it's really hard to judge. But there is still a way. Quan He's face turned stern, enunciating word by word. What way? Ku Chan asked. Quite simple. Quan He suddenly tapped twice on the water instrument ball. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Continuous connection requests sounded at once. Let them meet each other. Swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, 2 white screens floated in the air in front of the people. At the same time, 2 figures of Yu Hong appeared on the screens. Both tied their eyes, instantly looked at each other. Unexpectedly, my heart disaster manifestation is like this. Yu Hong, now connected with Quan He and them, felt less negativity and instead grew interested in the screen version of himself. I couldn't have imagined heart disaster could mimic me so convincingly. The Yu Hong on the opposite side was also stunned, then showed the same expression as him. Regardless of which one of us is the heart disaster evolution, I believe you are like me, hoping Yi and them will be safe, right? Yu Hong looked at his counterpart. That's right. What do you think? The other Yu Hong nodded and accepted. If you want to prove your path is right, a path of survival, then go ahead and walk it yourself. How about that? Yu Hong suggested. The area you want to break into, since you believe it's safe, you must have been inside before. No way, only when timing is right can you enter there. Otherwise it's seeking death, and now the great annihilation is catching up behind. We don't have time. The other Yu Hong solemnly shook his head. So, this means they can only follow you. Is that the only choice? Don't you find it strange? Yu Hong asked. The other Yu Hong froze. Besides, other people's heart disaster might be easy to simulate, but we are different. You should understand what I mean, right? Yu Hong continued. The other Yu Hong fell silent. He indeed understood. You mean? Just go and prove it yourself. Even if it is a heart disaster, if the involved level is high enough, it can't be directly imitated.
Yuong replied.
Yu Hong across from him fell silent again. He stood rigidly for a moment, then reached out to remove the black cloth covering his eyes, and lowered his head, gouging out his right eyeball. Enhance outer eye, he silently recited in his mind. With a swoosh, the black mark on the back of his hand quickly emitted a black line, which drilled into his right eye. But soon the black line flowed out again, returning to the black mark. unable to enhance. Basic functionality insufficient. Yu Hong's face across from him turned somewhat ugly. He randomly grabbed a cup and held it, silently reciting enhancement. But the black line's feedback still indicated inability to enhance. Then he kept switching to other objects, constantly trying one after another, yet none could be enhanced. Understand now? Yu Hong looked at the figure inside the light screen and sighed softly. Yu Hong across from him showed a bitter smile. This might be the biggest flaw of heart disaster in us. He hadn't expected that he himself was the one evolved from the heart disaster. It was hard to accept, but it was the truth. Standing inside the light screen, he fell silent for a long time. Sorry. Finally, Yu Hong across from him lowered his head resignedly, put down the things in his hands, and looked at Quan He, Ku-chan, E, and the others in the light screen. Trust him. He is real and I. Gradually, his entire body, along with the black spirit behind him, began to turn semi-transparent and slowly disappeared. Soon, the light screen completely dissipated. Only the real Yu Hong remained floating. Quan He and the others below finally heaved a sigh of relief. Quick! Inform the counselors immediately. Stop advancing! Quan He quickly ordered. Yu Hong also let out a sigh of relief here, quietly disconnecting the communication. Now the communicator and water instrument ball were combined, enhanced by his mana at this moment, significantly increasing the connection ability. Finally, the crisis of heart disaster on the other side was resolved, but he knew it was only temporary. Heart disaster is unpredictable. Once there is any communication disruption, not even that, as long as the reality is slightly hard to distinguish, a single directional error can lead to catastrophic consequences. Honestly, he couldn't think of a better way to avoid it, especially considering even a powerful being like Star God King Ji had perished in the heart disaster back then. Sitting on the ground, Yu Hong gently stroked his right eye. Once the trait fusion is complete, continue strengthening. Strengthen the right eye. He wanted to see the limit of the black mark. If the black mark could surpass Heavenly Venerate, perhaps. Reconnecting to Floating City, confirming he was nearly deceived earlier. The loneliness in Yu Hong's heart instantly vanished. Previously, he had often felt disheartened and saw no joy in anything, wanting to rush deep into the source disaster in one breath and just die. After all, even if he survived, if everything around him was left with only himself, what would be the point? But now it's different. Inside the Heartless Belt, Yu Hong quietly floated, waiting for the completion of the Black Mark fusion. He didn't dare go anywhere else, staying near the Heavenly Venerate corpses, using their might to avoid the wandering unconscious bodies elsewhere. As time passed day by day, he contacted Floating City every few days to ensure no heart disaster deception occurred over there. To avoid trouble, he actively refrained from influencing Floating City's decisions, simply chatting with Yi, Quan He, and Ku-chan about daily life, the past, or exchanging cultivation insights. In this peaceful and stable interaction, the enhancement of the Black Mark was finally about to complete. Inside the Heartless Belt, Yu Hong sat cross-legged inside the black spirit, once again concentrating to form a golden vitality crystal. As soon as the crystal appeared, it naturally decomposed with a swoosh, transforming into cultivation nourishment and being absorbed into his body. These days, after mastering mass energy conversion, his cultivation speed had increased again. Although he kept increasing the number of converted crystals, it was still not enough. Because his cultivation needs were constantly growing, he planned to try expanding the volume of mass energy conversion next, seeing how much he could convert at once. If possible, he was even considering attempting to convert some of the Heavenly Venerate corpses. Clatter. Calming his mind, Yu Hong focused intently, ensuring the surroundings of the black spirit were temporarily free of any trouble. Only then did he slowly immerse his mind into his brain, entering the edge corner where his traits were located. There, the immortal and ancient god body traits had completely fused into a new, bizarre black and white interwoven sphere. The sphere wasn't large, but it emitted a strange aura that made Yu Hong himself highly uncomfortable. Chapter 605, Source 1. From the exterior appearance at this moment, Yu Hong felt somewhat apprehensive about this newly emerged trait. In the space of his mind, he approached it and extended his hand, gently touching the black and white light ball. Immediately, an invisible flow of information streamed into his mind. Fusion successful, you have obtained the trait. Ancient Wanderer. Ancient Wanderer, they are above the universe, above the changes of time, eternally unmoving, standing as unchanging shadows beyond the river of time. Warning: your essence has surpassed the known dimensional limits, automatically stepping into an unknown area. You have obtained the Ancient Wanderer talent, Decay Resistance. All attacks below Heavenly Venerate cannot escape the constraints of time and space before you. Unable to touch your true essence. Damage reduced by 99%. You have obtained the Ancient Wanderer talent, Freedom. All energies below Heavenly Venerate are too low-level for you. Can be manipulated and affected by mere thought. You have obtained the Ancient Wanderer talent, Eternal Forge. Your body is reinforced with race enhancement, defense, strength, speed, increased by 150 times. You have obtained the Ancient Wanderer talent, Drift. When time and space are destroyed, you have one opportunity to jump out of the current dimension. Limited to oneself, decision time is 30 seconds. Hiss. Seeing this, Yu Hong already understood that the level of the black mark had far exceeded his imagination. What level is an Ancient Wanderer? He didn't know, but whether it was Heavenly Venerate or Top Star God, they were powerful beings who could freely manipulate time and space. An Ancient Wanderer being immune to time and space influence was clearly already quite close to these two levels. Although I have successfully fused, I don't feel any different myself. Yu Hong sensed his entire body, indeed not finding any problems or changes. No, there are still changes. Yu Hong carefully felt, suddenly noticing that the unconscious pressure that would occasionally seep in from outside was no longer felt. He felt as if he were sailing through ordinary space, completely unperturbed. But being unaffected by time and space, accelerated cultivation might be out of the question. He sighed, unwilling to waste time, beginning to ponder what to strengthen next. He walked to the window, gazing at the massive corpse of the Heavenly Venerate outside. Time is short. If I want to keep going without being overtaken by the great annihilation behind, the only way is to strengthen the safe house and my cultivation and outer eye. But the strengthening of these two takes too long. The quickest way to enhance myself. His gaze fell once again on his traits. Now he had a total of 12 traits. He could still fuse 3 more times. And the time required for fusion wasn't long due to his own cultivation realm and mana enhancement. He immediately pondered. The impending danger is unprecedented. Simply increasing overall power will clearly be too slow. Right now, prioritizing resistance and ensuring my survival while going deeper is key. He tried to minimize the scope of the black mark enhancement in his mind. Having determined the direction, he set his sights on the newly emerged Ancient Wanderer, with all body reinforcements stacked onto this trait. If he wanted to strengthen further, he'd have to sacrifice other traits to boost this one. The strength of this trait is extremely high. Regular traits shouldn't overshadow it. It's worth a try. It's not the time to hesitate. He was not in his usual state, and if strengthening and fusion couldn't yield a trait to escape his predicament, retaining the Ancient Wanderer would be meaningless. Having figured it out, Yu Hong grabbed the still-warm Ancient Wanderer light ball and forcibly merged it with another, the King of Decay. From this point on, the series of traits from King of Decay was completely fused. The two light balls twisted, forcibly merging together into a golden light ball with black and white threads swimming on its surface. An even more eerie aura emanated from the light ball. Fuse this. The black mark inquiry arrived. Simultaneously, a countdown appeared on the surface of the light ball. 11 days, 3 hours, 8 minutes. Yes, Yu Hong immediately confirmed. The next moment, the terrifying mana of his Mahayana realm began to flood out wildly. After more than half an hour, the flooding stopped. The countdown flashed, officially starting. Only then did Yu Hong breathe a sigh of relief, exiting the trait space. Regaining his senses, his gaze passed through the external void, looking at the gigantic dark red corpse of the heavenly venerate. Why not? See if it can be converted. He felt the insatiable hunger for vitality inside him, immediately becoming tempted. Soon after, the black spirit door opened wide, and Yu Hong gently floated out. He initially felt the radiation of the heartless belt outside. Nothing felt. It was as if a special thick skin covered him, firmly blocking everything from the outside. With a flash of thought, within seconds, a rays surrounded him, mana surged, and he immediately teleported away from his original location. The next moment, he directly appeared on the surface of the gigantic dark red heavenly venerate corpse. In his field of vision, the full sight of the corpse was not visible. Yu Hong looked around, finding himself on a dark red plain. The ground had dense semi-arc patterns, incredibly hard. Stepping on it felt akin to an ordinary person stepping on metal. Having ensured the surroundings were safe, Yu Hong steadied himself, crouching down and touching the dark red hard surface on the ground. He quietly activated the mass energy conversion of the heavenly venerate's incomplete rank, controlling in his mind, converting the material into vitality energy. Soon, a small palm-sized piece of red hard surface under his hand slowly became transparent and disappeared. In the next moment, a brand new circular golden crystal, dazzling with piercing golden light inside, floated in front of Yu Hong. Mass energy conversion completed. It actually worked. Yu Hong was shocked. This golden crystal in front of him, just feeling it at close range, the total amount of vitality inside had already far surpassed those previous small particles. Its size had reached the size of a watermelon. Just now, Yu Hong had exerted all his strength to convert. At this moment, this crystal was clearly the limit of his current mass energy conversion. With a snap, Yu Hong grasped the crystal and immediately teleported, escaping the surface of the heavenly venerate's remains. Back in the safe house, he looked back at the remains of the heavenly venerate. Although a small piece of flesh was missing from there, it still showed no signs of movement. With his strong eyesight, he could see that the piece of flesh he had removed had hardened, and now it had restored itself to its original state, as if it had never been taken. Sorry, Senior. I had no choice but to damage your remains. If you feel anger, please wait until after the Great Annihilation to vent it on me. Yu Hong said seriously, bowing to the dark red non-human heavenly venerate remains, and whispered. Then, he began cultivation with the crystal. He was currently in the Mahayana realm, lacking the massive amount of vitality converted to mana. To strengthen his overall amount and achieve a breakthrough in cultivation, vitality was the foundation of everything. After discovering this method, Yu Hong started continuously converting the heavenly venerate's remains into vitality for absorption, while also waiting for the trait fusion to end. Simultaneously, he contacted Ku Chan and Quan He in the floating city every few days. If not for the Great Annihilation chasing behind him, this kind of life wouldn't be too bad for him. Unfortunately, a few days later, Yu Hong stood at the window, looking at the massive unconscious body monsters flying densely towards him, his face grim. Some of these monsters were humanoid, some were fish-shaped, and others were strange shapes as if various animals and birds were pieced together. But no matter the type, they all had two common features. They burned with silvery gray flames and had enormous bodies. These unconscious bodies were star system-sized, enormous creatures that seemed like insects before the heavenly venerate, but for Yu Hong they were absolutely gigantic. Among these enormous creatures, he even saw the skeletal humans that had hunted him before. They numbered in the hundreds, buzzing like a swarm of mosquitoes flying past the heavenly venerate without paying attention to the safe house, flying straight towards the deeper part of the wind disaster as if driven by something. Yu Hong looked in the direction they were flying from, where it had turned into a curtain of black and white threads, surging and rolling. Time to go, he sighed. Even the unconscious bodies were being driven towards the deeper part of the source disaster. If he stayed any longer, he might also. Immediately, he opened the communicator water instrument ball, trying to contact the floating city. But the communicator was full of static, impossible to hear anything clear at the moment, clearly too close to the Great Annihilation, causing too much interference. Abandoning communication, Yu Hong could only wish them good luck, then went to the main control cabin, looking straight ahead through the circular glass window. 2 more days until the fusion ends, but unfortunately, time waits for no one. He calmed down, quickly released his divine sense to scan the current state of Black Spirit, confirming it was without any damage or malfunction. Immediately, he let go of his control over Black Spirit, allowing it to continue drifting on its own. Behind Black Spirit, just as he let it go, a faint white flame appeared. It began to flicker, becoming half-transparent, seemingly gradually leaving this space. About a few minutes later, poof! With a crisp sound, Black Spirit abruptly vanished within the Heartless Belt. Not far away, the gigantic Heavenly Venerate's remains were already starting to touch the leading edge of the black and white threads of the Great Annihilation. Part of the Heavenly Venerate's body began to disintegrate silently, collapsing, disappearing. Everything started moving towards annihilation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Who knows how much time had passed? Yu Hong slowly woke up from the muddled state. As soon as he woke up, he was startled. I actually fainted? He quickly sat up, spreading his divine sense to check his surroundings. Pure white light permeated the safe house. Outside, it was a world of pure white, without any impurities. Yu Hong slowly got up, his brows furrowed. Where is this? After the Heartless Belt, is it the Invisible Belt? Is this the Invisible Belt? He didn't know what he would encounter in the Invisible Belt, only that Su Dan Sr. had mentioned that it was extremely dangerous. Inside, Black Spirit was completely silent, not moving, seemingly having come to a complete halt. In the empty main control room, the array was still operating, and the safe house hadn't issued any warning noises, as if this was a place of peace. Yu Hong heightened his vigilance to the extreme, approaching the window to look outside. Outside was a pure white expanse without any reference points. He couldn't even tell if Black Spirit was moving. He checked the clock on the wall. The time had been completely stopped by some unknown interference. He also checked the countdown on the black mark. Chapter 606, Source 2. The countdown is still running, which slightly reassures Yu Hong. He sits cross-legged again, trying to calm his mind as much as possible. He enters a state of heightened awareness of his surroundings and himself, ready to detect any imminent crisis. Time ticks away, second after second. Suddenly, Yu Hong opens his eyes, sensing something amiss. He scans his surroundings with his divine sense, but everything is as it was. No anomalies found. Having found nothing, he closes his eyes again, silently concentrating on his surroundings. After a while, the unsettling feeling in Yu Hong's heart surfaces once more. This time he can't ignore it. His current trait is the Ancient Wanderer, representing a high positional level. Such a level wouldn't produce this uneasy feeling for no reason. Thud. It is then that Yu Hong suddenly notices a problem. In his safe house, a container in the corner holding high-energy processed meat cans is missing one can. Just in that instant, the disappearance is extremely covert, silent, without any fluctuations, not disturbing the array inside or outside the safe house. It's like a film frame that cuts out suddenly, abrupt yet logical. The people in the film wouldn't notice it no matter what. Yu Hong gazes at the metal basket where the canned meat was stored, but the memory of the missing can starts fading quickly, disappearing, forgotten. This weird memory loss sends a chill down his spine. Despite my high temporal resistance, I am still affected by such a terrifying and inexplicable impact. Before he regains his thoughts, thud, a metal reclining chair in the corner of the safe house abruptly disappears. It's as if it never existed, removing not just the chair but also the traces it left behind, instantly vanishing in a chain reaction. Following that, items in the room start disappearing one by one, suddenly and unpredictably. Whenever something vanishes, Yu Hong's eyes clear for a moment, but quickly all memory of the missing item fades within 2 seconds. He struggles between clarity and forgetfulness. As time passes, the number of items in the room dwindles. Thud. Suddenly, Yu Hong's left leg disappears. No blood flows out, as though his entire left leg never grew. Smooth skin from the root of the thigh. His eyes tremble for a moment, but in the next second, he forgets about it and calmly continues monitoring his surroundings. As time moves on, the room's contents continue to decrease. After a while, thud, Yu Hong's left arm suddenly vanishes. His hands, previously forming a spell, sense the anomaly and he falls into reverie. But oddly, the memory quickly dissipates by itself, restoring his previous calm expression. Single-handedly, he starts forming new seals. Time continues to flow. Thud. The communicator on the desk instantly disappears. At that moment, Yu Hong's eyes sharply clear. He abruptly tries to stand up, horrified to discover he's left with only one leg and one hand. Thud. Next moment, his memory of the communicator, water instrument ball, swiftly fades away. This time, the memories attached to the object seem too plentiful, making the disappearance last longer and startling Yu Hong awake. I can't let this continue. He realizes that without taking action, he will certainly perish. The problem now is whether to advance or to retreat immediately. Thoughts rapidly flash in his mind, and Yu Hong makes his decision. Take a gamble. He has no choice. Retreat will plunge him into the great annihilation, where he will surely die given his current state. Rather than that, he might as well bet on that, take a gamble. However, just as he makes his decision, his determined gaze fades quickly amidst the vanishing memories. Wait, what was I just thinking of doing? Yu Hong sits cross-legged, eyes full of confusion. Thud. His other leg also vanishes instantly. His legs are completely smooth, without any severance, turning into fleshy stumps. A fleeting struggle in Yu Hong's eyes disappears the next second, as his memory fades and he returns to calm, eyes confused. The contents inside the black spirit grew fewer and fewer. Yu Hong couldn't even perceive the inanimate objects within. He just sat there quietly, unmoving, until, poof, Yu Hong's right arm vanished into thin air in an instant. Crack. At that very moment, the entire safe house froze. Like a movie paused, Yu Hong, the safe house, the mysterious white light outside the window. Everything came to a complete standstill at that instant. In merely a few breaths, Yu Hong began to move again. His right arm, which should have disappeared, forcibly started to reappear. The surface of the arm was covered with black lines, numerous traces constantly emerging from the black mark on his hand. After several breaths, Yu Hong's entire right arm was fully restored, reconnected to the severed part, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, his racial talent activated instantaneously. Yu Hong's eyes cleared up, lifting his right hand and looking at the black lines emerging from the black mark, with a complex expression in his eyes. So, this is the invisible belt of the source disaster. Only then did he take the time to check the feedback from his black mark. Warning. You have entered the invisible belt. Warning. The small region of space-time you are in is about to collapse. Your racial talent has been activated. Escape initiated. You have 30 seconds to choose whether to temporarily leave the current dimension. Yes or no. He could feel an inexplicable force field within his body, spreading around, forcibly halting the powerful yet invisible terrifying force outside. Immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Yes. Facing certain death, if he didn't flee now, there probably wouldn't be another chance. As soon as the thought moved, Yu Hong suddenly felt his entire body start to twist and elongate like clay, quickly stretching outward. His head seemed to turn into some invisible object, penetrating through the black spirit, flying out of the safe house wall, into the large expanse of white light outside. It was then that he saw, amidst the seemingly empty expanse of white light, countless thin streams of dark purple water flowing down from the sky. The sources of these streams were black circular holes of various sizes, floating in midair. Strangely, these streams of dark purple water would vanish into thin air after falling a short distance. There's actually someone who dares to come here. Suddenly, a calming, low voice sounded near Yu Hong's ear. Yu Hong looked down. The voice seemed to be coming from beneath him. The pure white light below sparkled brightly. A massive, milky white creature reminiscent of a giant maggot, with numerous green eyes blinking and watching, was down there. The creature, over 100 meters long, was much larger than Yu Hong, covered in folds, with a rotund, robust body, and dozens of pairs of milky white legs on its abdomen. It looked like a cross between a maggot and a centipede, but with an extra set of eyes. You are? Yu Hong conveyed through divine sense. He was beginning to get used to this way of direct consciousness communication. I am Tu Sang, once known to many as All Saints Venerable. The massive worm gently replied. All Saints Venerable? Could it be that none of you died, and none of you disappeared, but were trapped here all along? Yu Hong's heart trembled, and he asked emotionally. No! All Saints Venerable shook his head, his numerous eyes narrowing slightly. I have long died. This is merely a sliver of my consciousness revived. He sighed. When we entered the invisible belt, we attempted to completely seal the source disasters, but unfortunately, we underestimated the essence of source disasters. Unlike any other danger zones before, the invisible belt is extremely perilous. It doesn't matter what level your race is, how many there are, or the energy level. If you haven't transcended to a higher dimension, you won't even see the source of the danger. Senior, even you say so, is there truly no chance to find a glimmer of hope against the source disaster? Yu Hong asked, his heart sinking. Perhaps there is, but we couldn't do it. All Saints Venerable shook his head. We named this place the layer of transforming something into nothing, which is the complete opposite of our creating something out of nothing as venerates. However, our creating something out of nothing has limitations, while this place has none. What do you mean? Venerates can't act freely? Yu Hong frowned. Yes, the power of a heavenly venerate is everlasting. If we act excessively, the entire existence will be destroyed, consumed by the venerate's power. Hence, in the laws of everything, once we ascend to become venerates, our actions are limited. The power we leave outside can't exceed 9 places. All Saints Venerable explained. So, the higher the realm, the greater the restrictions? Yu Hong said solemnly. Yes, that's why we couldn't focus on anything else and left all our power for the source disasters. But still, we failed. As venerates, we are immortal, our time and space constant. We thought no force could theoretically kill us. But, unfortunately, All Saints Venerable paused. The power in the invisible belt erased our existence directly from a higher dimension, wiped out every trace of our existence from time, hindering any chances of resurrection from past timelines. At this point, All Saints Venerable looked at the astonished Yu Hong, revealing a slight smile. I had long perished, but unexpectedly, one of my eyes appeared on you. Thus, my traces were reconstructed, my time revived. So, even I don't know why, but I naturally resurrected here. In a sense, you revived me. All Saints Venerable said softly. Revival. Yu Hong then realized the massive chain reaction brought by the black mark. Just reviving an eye led to the resurrection of its owner, All Saints Venerable. If a venerate can be revived, what about the ancient wanderers? And the other powerful beings involved before? Chapter 607, Hope 1. Life and death hold little meaning for us. All Saints Venerable continued, a gentle light in his dozens of eyes. Existence or non-existence, that is the foundation of everything. Does that mean as long as I live, as long as I exist, you will remain immortal? Yu Hong asked solemnly. Theoretically, if everything remains as it is, yes. All Saints Venerable smiled. What do you mean? I don't understand. A feeling of unease rose in Yu Hong's heart. You will understand in time. For now, you should not stay here. Leave. The invisible belt is not a place where you can linger at your current state. All Saints Venerable said gently, "But I've nowhere to go. Behind me is the great annihilation. I have no way out." Yu Hong said in a low voice, "Perhaps this is our destiny. Neither we nor the Star God have reached the end of the source disaster. Perhaps there is no end at all." All Saints Venerable moved slowly to a stream of purplish-black water. He stretched out a short leg, touching the purplish-black stream. "This world contains aspects we cannot see. It is so complex, magnificent, spectacular. It's a pity. So we really can only wait for death? There's no other way." Yu Hong was still unwilling to accept it. After struggling for so long, the Heavenly Venerate was now telling him there was no hope for the future, telling him to give up and wait for death. Although the Heavenly Venerate didn't say it directly, this was the implied meaning. No way, no salvation, just wait for death. You possess certain peculiar traits, but it's all meaningless. All Saints Venerable shook his head. Yu Hong said nothing, knowing he could not persuade someone who had lost all hope, but he bore the black mark, and as long as he kept fortifying and merging it, everything might still hold hope. The invisible belt is not a place you can stay any longer. Everything will return to chaos. The only thing I can help with is fortifying the ship you steer. All Saints Venerable said softly. Your vitality ship, due to prolonged contact with your peculiar traits, has started to be solidified by the environment. You seem to have a kind of inexplicable high-rank radiation that strengthens inanimate objects within a certain range, imbuing them with similar high-rank properties. This vitality of yours is my opportunity to help. Having said that, the dozen eyes closed simultaneously. The vitality ship itself carries a piece of highly dense fusion source material. If slightly more fortified, it should be able to travel further. Be careful. As he finished speaking, his entire body melted like a candle, transforming into a bright white fluid, swiftly plunging into Yu Hong's chest and disappearing. In that instant, Yu Hong felt a shudder throughout his body. A massive force thrust him out of the bizarre space. In the next moment, his vision blurred, and he found himself back in the safe house, not knowing when it happened. The window in the safe house had entirely turned black, with small white eye-like spots appearing on the walls. The environment seemed to settle, with no movements, as if the safe house itself had not budged. There was no longer any sense of the invisible belt outside. Even the terrifying instant departure sensation was now completely gone. Yu Hong looked around, his mind still lingering on All Saints Venerable's words. Sighing, he came to the window, which was pitch black outside with no light, a stark contrast to the previous white light. Bang! Suddenly a dull sound echoed. The safe house shuddered violently as if it had collided with something. Yu Hong tried to maneuver the black spirit to move back. At present, the invisible belt appeared more terrifying than the great annihilation behind him. But the safe house seemed much heavier than before, moving it was exceedingly slow. Yu Hong entered the black mark to check the black spirit state. Since completely transferring to him, black spirit had entered the mark section, just like the dragon lizard before. Black spirit, vitality ship, current level, 5-dimensional, current strength, pseudo-saint position. All Saints Venerable sacrificed his resurrected body to cover black spirit with an incomplete fortification. There were many array introductions and function descriptions that Yu Hong did not bother to read now. Instead, he repeatedly read the initial description carefully several times. No wonder the threat from the invisible belt vanished. It turns out, All Saints Venerable lent a hand. All Saints Venerable revived for him, then willingly abandoned himself, entrusting everything to him, strengthening the entire safe house. His intent was clear. I cannot do more, but since you believe there is still hope, then I will assist you. If successful, perhaps there will be a day when he can revive again. Yu Hong looked out through the black window. Outside was vast and empty, nothing in sight. The communicator was gone, and many things were missing. He sighed and returned to the chamber, sitting cross-legged. The countdown was close to ending, and now his only hope was the fusion of traits. hoping for something new to help him better face the invisible belt. The invisible belt was the limit, if not for the Black Mark's eruption. Surviving the invisible calamity just now would have been impossible. Unable to hold out here, moving deeper would certainly mean death. So all he could do was wait for the Black Mark. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Heartless belt, some edge. A red light sphere suddenly broke through the outer wall, rushing fiercely into this dangerous area, this vast space that looked like the starry sky. Inside the red light sphere, Feng Shuezi and Fu Bai had calm expressions, floating over the sealed land of the Celestial Venerable covered by the red sky fruit. I never thought that the seal the Celestial Venerable placed on me back then would now become a shield protecting us. Feng Shuezi sighed. This is the Heartless Belt. It looks like nothing has changed after all these years. Fu Bai looked around and gazed from afar at the huge floating corpses of the Celestial Venerables, sighing. Numerous source disasters, both those we can track and those we cannot, will intertwine here. We must hurry. Feng Shuezi said. All right. The combination of the red sky fruit and the defense belt, plus the heavenly venerate seal, allowed them to reconstruct a powerful human-made land of vitality in a short period. Although it was artificial, it could still hold against the source disasters for a long time, provided they could withstand the thorough erosion of the Great Annihilation. I just don't know how Zheng Ro and the others are doing. Feng Shuezi couldn't help but think of his younger brother Yu Shuezi. His eyes darkened. Without the protection of the array, the ultimate outcome for Yu Shuezi and his 3 disciples, and his sect could not be continued after all. He had tried, but unfortunately, don't lose heart. If we succeed in creating the red sky fruit land of vitality, you and I might still have a chance to reach the level of the Celestial Venerable. By then, it wouldn't be difficult to return through the river of time and revive Yu Shuezi. Fu Bai said softly from the side. I understand. Feng Shuezi nodded, faintly seeing a breakthrough opportunity from the red sky fruit and the absolute defense belt. The years of bitter struggle seemed to transform the moment the red sky fruit appeared, turning into the resources for his promotion and breakthrough. The red sky fruit combined the countless skills and inspirations of many celestial venerables, filled with their lingering traces. After days and nights of contemplation, both Feng Shuezi and Fu Bai benefited greatly. However, whether the celestial venerable could revive the 3 people including Yu Shuezi, who was a chaos body, neither Feng Shuezi nor Fu Bai knew. But it was their only hope. For a while, both were silent, quietly controlling the red sky fruit area, flying deeper into the Heartless Belt. Behind them, the black disaster and the black fog of the Great Annihilation were rapidly invading, devouring everything in their path. It hadn't been long when suddenly Fu Bai's expression shifted. He took out a silver-white object like a tuning fork from his bosom. This object continuously flickered with tiny blue electric arcs on its surface. Something's up. It's Quan He. At this moment, Feng Shuezi also took out a milky white water instrument ball from his bosom. A symbol representing Quan He appeared on the ball's surface. Change direction, he immediately said decisively. Okay. When they last separated, he had promised his younger brother to protect Quan He and Yu Hong if possible. They were the future hope of the Wanshua Palace. Now that they encountered Quan He, it was best to head over first. The red sky fruit turned sharply with the red light and rushed in another direction, flashing continuously, each flash crossing a vast distance. About half an hour later, a typhoon Great Annihilation with black and white threads surging appeared in the senses of the 2 golden immortals ahead. At the forefront of the black and white threads, a massive silver-white floating city was flying away desperately within the Heartless Belt. But it was too slow, far slower than the black and white threads chasing behind it. The distance between them was slowly closing, narrowing. Inside the floating city at that moment, Quan He, Ku Chan, and others were all staring intently at the black and white threads of the Great Annihilation behind them. At first, they didn't feel much crisis. The Great Annihilation was still far away, and the floating city was continuously flying away. But suddenly one day, the detection mage in front sent back a message saying that the Great Annihilation had also appeared ahead, making the council members panic. realizing that the Great Annihilation wasn't just chasing from behind but infiltrating everywhere. So they immediately decided to enter the Heartless Belt. Their luck was good. The unconscious bodies in the Heartless Belt were busy fleeing. They had no awareness, but their basic survival instincts remained. They didn't have time to care about the floating city. In normal times, any unconscious body could completely destroy the current floating city. At this moment, Ku-chan and the others were staring intently at the distance between the floating city and the Great Annihilation. Suddenly, Quan He's water instrument ball lit up with a symbol. Quan He glanced at it and immediately showed an expression of joy. It's Uncle Master Feng Shuezi. Others might not know, but she knew how powerful the Golden Immortal was. The force behind the floating city, the Elemental Emperor, was only at the Golden Immortal level. Not to mention that Uncle Master Feng Shuezi usually acted together with Fu Bai Golden Immortal. With two Golden Immortals at this critical moment, it was simply like having super powerful backing. In great joy, Quan He quickly opened the water instrument ball to connect the communication. Uncle Master, this is Quan He. I see it. Your situation doesn't look good. Let me help. Feng Shuezi's voice was deep. Notify the others to avoid misunderstandings. Yes, Quan He said loudly, her face filled with joy. Chapter 608 Hope 2. Invisible Belt. The black spirit floated quietly in the air, surrounded by darkness, with nothing in sight, nothing visible. There was no light, and the light inside the black spirit could not be projected out, as if the windows were painted black. Yu Hong sat cross-legged on the ground, his divine sense spreading out around him, but there was nothing. As soon as his divine sense was released, it seemed to be swallowed by something and disappeared directly. So this is the invisible belt. Indeed dangerous. He sighed and stood up, coming to the circular window. In his mind, the countdown on the trait light ball had only a few minutes left. He simply did not continue his cultivation and just quietly watched the darkness outside. Pop. At that moment, everything before Yu Hong's eyes flickered. All the darkness outside instantly turned into pure white. Bright white light shone in from outside the window. He was slightly stunned. In the blink of an eye, the outside changed from black to white. The farewell reinforcement from All Saints Venerable kept the safety house intact until now. However, after entering here, Yu Hong did not even know how to leave. If he let the black spirit act freely, it would inevitably delve deeper inside. So the only thing he could do now was to remain unchanged. I wonder how Yi and the others are doing. Staring at the pure white outside, Yu Hong couldn't help but recall. Click. In the next second, a golden light flashed through the trait light ball in his mind. The previously fused light ball was now pulsating with golden light, as if something inside was continuously struggling to tear its way out. Yu Hong floated in front of the light ball, gently touching its surface. Immediately, a feedback message from the black mark flowed into his mind. Fusion complete, you have acquired the trait, High-Dimensional Snake. High-Dimensional Snake, this is a new species bloodline. You can perform a dimension jump once a week, traveling to the current area of a random dimension. By acquiring the High-Dimensional Snake bloodline, you have gained the talent. Dimension resistance. Natural damage from all dimensions is reduced by 99%. By acquiring the High-Dimensional Snake bloodline, you have gained the talent. Final forever casting, consciousness body fully strengthened to 180 times the original state. You have gained the talent. Final permanence, you are unaffected by any state of decay or withering, always maintaining the peak state of body and mind until death. High-Dimensional Snake. Yu Hong glanced over the other additional talents and felt that, overall, it was just an enhancement of his current state as an ancient wanderer. Not much optimization, but given the limited time for fusion, it was still quite good. At this point, he no longer felt much about his own strengthening, because there were hardly any opportunities to use it. There were no more enemies outside. The enemies were all fleeing in the Great Annihilation. In essence, the only true enemy was the Source Disaster. And against the Source Disaster, no matter how much the body and consciousness were strengthened, it made no significant difference. The nature of the invisible belt dictated that without reaching the heavenly venerate realm, one was almost certain to die here. This was the boundary. So, the floating city can't possibly enter here, so the moment the heartless belt was overtaken by the great annihilation, it was the moment of Yi and the others' deaths. Yu Hong understood in his heart, but he was powerless to stop it. Even he could barely survive here, thanks to the black mark. The future, he could not see any hope. Even the invisible belt was a destined area of demise in the words of the All Saints Venerable. Yu Hong felt somewhat aimless and disinterested in cultivating. What use would it be even if he ascended to the next realm? He couldn't possibly reach the heavenly venerate realm by tomorrow, and even then, he could only barely protect himself at this level. The next level would still be. Slowly, he began to move around inside the black spirit. Step by step, he observed the safety house that he had built and reinforced from scratch. Unconsciously, he found himself in his bedroom. Since he began cultivation, he rarely used his bedroom. Most of the time, cultivation replaced sleep. But now, Yu Hong realized that cultivation was meaningless. So he re-entered the bedroom, reviewing the traces of his past. Suddenly, he stopped and reached into a built-in cabinet by the bed, taking out a broken black phone. This was something he brought from his past life. Since it broke before, he had someone repair it, replacing many parts, and the outer shell could now be turned on. He took it out and gently pressed the power button. Dong dong dong. The clear startup tone sounded quickly. After a rough colored animation, the screen displayed a no-signal interface. Looking at the familiar interface, Yu Hong suddenly thought of a problem. Did my previous world also perish in this great annihilation? I wonder if the ability of the high-dimensional snake could let me return to my past world. He did not know. But now he saw no future, no hope. So he simply started to try. Holding the phone, a kind of instinctual warm flow surged from his heart, merging into his eyes. He opened his eyes. In front of him, the safe house space suddenly had something more. It was an elliptical colored portal, taller than a person. The portal floated in mid-air, about 2 meters ahead of him. Is this the ability of the high-dimensional snake? Trait fusion can bring him a higher status and more abilities. But these things are actually like innate divine abilities. To use them proficiently, he must study and explore on his own. Looking at the colored portal in front of him, Yu Hong didn't hesitate and stepped directly into the light. With a swoosh, the next moment, he appeared in the safe house again. But this time, the safe house seemed different from before. Inside the house, the air was filled with black threads everywhere. A large black web was woven from numerous black threads. The source of the web was linked to Yu Hong's right hand. Slightly startled, he raised his right hand and saw that all the threads were connected to the black mark on the back of his hand. Indeed, the black mark is far beyond my current dimension. Yu Hong was not surprised. He shifted his gaze to his other hand holding the smartphone. At that glance, he was slightly stunned. The black smartphone had a black thread extending outward as well. The thread extended into the void and disappeared into thin air. If these black threads are a different kind of connection, the safe house was strengthened by the black mark, so it's intricately linked to it. What about the phone? The black thread connected to the phone. Could it be? Yu Hong's heart suddenly began to race. If it was really as he thought, then maybe he might find a way back before he died. Immediately, his emotions were reignited. Then how to use this connection to find the other end of the black thread? He was stuck again at this problem. The high-dimensional snake's ability is random, which means uncontrollable. It seems I need to continue integrating and enhancing. Yu Hong re-entered the trait brain space. This time, he fiercely merged the high-dimensional snake with the spirit barrier, fusing them into a golden light ball. After quickly confirming the fusion, a dark red countdown appeared on the surface of the light ball. 5 days, 11 hours, 9 minutes. Returning to his senses, Yu Hong exited the brain space and walked around the high-dimensional safe house. Slowly coming to the window, he looked outside and was suddenly stunned. Outside the window was no longer completely white, but countless silver particles, flowing and floating. These particles were endless, filling every space outside the window. The so-called white light was actually the faint fluorescence emitted by the particles gathering together. What is this? No one answered. There were no living things here anymore. The All Saints Venerable had also given up his own existence, choosing to place his hope on him, using his revived power to strengthen the safe house. He hoped it could help Yu Hong make it further. At this moment, Yu Hong was the only one here. Standing at the window, Yu Hong suddenly had a thought and quickly used his mass energy conversion ability. The silver particles outside the window penetrated the window like flowing water, forming a strand that gathered into his palm, rotating and condensing, soon becoming a faint golden vitality crystal. Yu Hong was shocked, as if he had recalled something. He had once seen the predecessor's speculation in the classical books of Qinghe Mountain. Everything is composed of the most basic prime particles. No matter what substance, it was divided and recombined from the initial explosion of the primordial one. Prime particles are like building blocks that can form any substance and energy. But no one can observe them. Some thought they hadn't cut the matter finely enough. Some thought prime particles didn't exist. Back then, Yu Hong thought of the Higgs boson from past science, but the Higgs boson only gives mass to everything, while prime particles are the root of substance, energy, and even fields. They are much smaller than the Higgs boson. Yu Hong's heart was shaken, looking at the golden crystal in his hand. Suddenly, he thought of something. If these particles are truly prime particles, then perhaps the heavenly venerate's ability to create something from nothing can be understood. Here, transforming something into nothing is actually decomposing everything into the most basic prime particles. The high-dimensional snake's talent enabled him to unexpectedly discover the secret of the heavenly venerate and the secrets here. If this is the case, can I also use high-dimensional observation to avoid the invisible natural disasters here? A thought suddenly flashed through Yu Hong's mind like lightning. Furthermore, time is also a dimension. Although considered the most special dimension, perhaps the high-dimensional snake can utilize its talents to excavate some special survival strategies. At that moment, Yu Hong's mind flashed with various new inspirations. If utilized correctly, he could completely use non-heavenly venerate power to perform heavenly venerate deeds, helping the floating city and others enter the invisible belt, avoiding dangers. Moreover, if he could utilize the high-dimensional snake to manipulate the time dimension, it would greatly aid his cultivation. Because most cultivation requires time accumulation, leading to qualitative changes from quantitative changes. If the high-dimensional snake evolves again and involves the time dimension, then, at this moment, Yu Hong, who had almost given up, suddenly felt a renewed sense of hope. As long as it involves the time dimension, then approaching the great annihilation, he will definitely find a way to delay it. Chapter 609, Guide 1. Heartless Belt. Under the twinkling of endless stars, a massive, pitch-black tree shadow slowly emerged from the void, drifting towards the deepest part of the Heartless Belt. The shadow was so large that it was dozens of times bigger than the star-singing hall. Its entire body was pitch black, without leaves, only bare branches. On these branches there were bizarre and peculiar black cities. Inside the cities, there were countless humanoid shadows wearing black cloaks, with blood-red eyes. There were also giant black dragons several hundred meters long, mighty and sinister. Additionally, there were men and women, tens of meters tall, wearing red clothes, their faces blurred, staring blankly at the sky. Besides these, there were various other monsters from the Black Disaster, gathered in the dark cities on the branches, waiting for something. At the top of the giant tree, among countless branches, a huge black tower could be faintly seen, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Inside the tower, a humanoid figure in golden armor sat quietly on a tall black stone throne, surrounded by beautiful shadows with human heads and snake bodies, flying back and forth in the air. Geshe. A grand and deep voice echoed inside the tower. The elemental emperor has arrived? The golden armor figure trembled slightly and looked up. Not just him, all the leaders of the forces on the Mother Tree have gathered. This round of the Great Annihilation seems relentless. We must find a solution. The grand voice continued. It's no longer about recognizing the problem. Just now, I discovered that the light disaster's great annihilation is also spreading towards the Heartless Belt. The forces around the ultimate sun are also fleeing. And several heavenly courts in the spirit disaster are. No one can survive the great annihilation, but as long as we find our own land of vitality like before, we'll be fine. Geshe responded. But the key now is, the lands of vitality we found before have been abandoned. This round of the great annihilation seems more troublesome and severe than before. The grand voice continued. How many leaders have gathered so far? Geshe fell silent for a moment, then asked. About 30, all of our level. Everyone is quickly harvesting their planted cognitive entities, but there are still some, like us, who don't have time to harvest everything. Our reserved cognitive entities. The grand voice suddenly paused slightly, as if it had discovered something. Geshe also slightly turned his head, looking towards another direction as if something was approaching. Is that a golden immortal of the heavenly venerate system? He whispered. Isn't that the floating city under the elemental emperor? The grand voice asked in confusion. This aura, this fluctuation, it should be the golden immortal of Qinghe Mountain who fought with me before. Geshe regained his calm. A decent strength, but unfortunately not much luck. Behind us are the children of the Mother Tree and the Mother Tree's body. Encountering us means their misfortune. The grand voice sighed. Both of them knew very well that if it were an ordinary day, the two golden immortals would be strong enough to be on the same level as them. It wouldn't affect anyone if they met, as they would remain mutually indifferent. But this moment was different. The Mother Tree was manifesting, moving, avoiding the great annihilation, and there were many golden immortal level forces on the branches. Around them they could contact dozens of them. Let alone stronger forces such as the children of the Mother Tree and the body of the Mother Tree approaching from behind. How long until we encounter them? Geshe asked through a sound transmission. Why? Do you want to join the fight? The grand voice asked in surprise. One can never have too much cognitive entity. Besides, one of them is an old acquaintance of mine. Helping him collect his remains after this is done is the least I can do for old time's sake. Geshe sighed. A few more hours at most. Our speed is much faster than theirs. Sigh. Geshe fell silent, speaking no more. Asterisk. 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 Yu Hong sat cross-legged within the black spirit. The state of the high-dimensional snake allowed him to briefly and clearly see the flow of primordial particles outside. Not long after, a vortex formed by primordial particles surged into the safe house, brushing past him, quickly disintegrating a wooden stool into the same primordial particles. In Yu Hong's eyes, this change appeared as if the wooden stool suddenly vanished without leaving a trace. He understood and continued to close his eyes, sensing the changes in the external environment. The strengthening fusion of the black mark had started again, but he still needed to find a way to evade disasters in this dangerous invisible belt. The invisible natural disasters here were extremely dangerous, and the viable living space outside was continuously being compressed by the great annihilation. Yu Hong used mass energy conversion to condense cultivation vitality for himself while observing the patterns of the invisible natural disasters. Time passed unconsciously. The cooling time for the new dimensional jump opportunity was ready again, and he activated it without hesitation. A surge of heat flowed into his eyes. Yu Hong opened his eyes, and in the middle of the safe house's space, a colorful oval-shaped crack suddenly appeared. He stood up and walked towards the crack without hesitation, stepping in. Hiss! His vision blurred for a moment. The next second, he suddenly appeared in a pure darkness. All around was pitch black without any impurities. Looking down, he found himself on a simple gray canoe, wobbling as it flew forward. On the canoe, besides him, there was a translucent, irregular, fist-sized stone. Is this a special dimension belonging to the Vitality ship? Yu Hong's heart trembled slightly, he speculated. He squatted down on the ship and reached out to touch the translucent stone. Hiss! As soon as his finger touched the stone, a bright golden thread suddenly appeared at the front of the canoe in his eyes, guiding the canoe forward. This is the connection of the Vitality ship. Yu Hong's heart shook. He had a vague guess about what dimension this was. Wait, my communicator has disappeared, and I can't contact Quan He, Yi, or Ku Chan. But if I am here, I have various connections with them on their bodies as well. Maybe. He now began to comprehend the many benefits derived from the ability of this dimension. Like now. After Yu Hong understood, he suddenly reached out and slapped himself. Aside from the water instrument ball, he had many items connected the most with Quan He and the others on him. For instance, with a click, a crane-shaped jade pendant gifted by Quan He floated in front of Yu Hong. Yu Hong pressed his hand onto the jade pendant, surrounding it. Immediately, a thin white thread extended from the jade pendant, leading into the unknown darkness. Sure enough, here I can still find out Quan He's position. Yu Hong's heart was overjoyed. Being able to make contact meant they hadn't encountered any trouble yet and were relatively safe. That was good. He pondered for a moment, pinching a spell in his hand, and the Mahayana realm mana from Qinghe Mountain rushed quickly, extending towards the direction of the thread. As his rank rose, it seemed that his mana was also affected. As soon as the mana thread flew out, it disappeared through some unknown hole. It seemed to find a dimensional hole to drill into, hurrying on its way. Yu Hong's hand spell changed again. Instantly, a white water mirror floated and gathered in midair before him, and he himself jumped out of this miraculous dimension, returning to the normal black spirit inside. But after jumping back, the water mirror spell he had condensed remained motionless in midair. Yu Hong quietly stared at the water mirror, trusting some instinct from the high-dimensional snake within him that gave him considerable confidence in being able to contact Quan He and the others. Contacting others via other dimensions was not difficult for him at this moment. Time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, the water mirror technique trembled slightly. Inside, a surprised but happy, beautiful face appeared. Zheng Ro, you're still alive? Quan He's voice came from within the water mirror. Good. Finally re-established contact with you all. Yu Hong felt relieved. Through the water mirror, he clearly saw several heads squeezing behind Quan He. Ku Chan, Yi, and White Dragon were all there. Not only that, another familiar voice made him tremble slightly. Everyone move aside. Let me see. See if it's the heart disaster. Feng Shuezi's voice sounded from the side. Uncle Master? Yu Hong was overjoyed. You're here too? You're still alive? What nonsense are you talking about? Senior Fu Bai and I are golden immortals. Even if we die, it will be after you. Feng Shuezi retorted. That's not necessarily true. Zheng Ro is different from others. Senior Fu Bai's distinctive gloomy voice chimed in. They had all gathered together. This made Yu Hong feel both astonished and delighted. Astonished because if Senior Fu Bai and the others had arrived, what about the heart disaster? Delighted because the presence of two golden immortals reuniting with Yi and the others would ensure a certain level of safety. You contacted me at the wrong time. We just had a situation here. Feng Shuezi's large head squeezed closer. The migration team of the Night Mother Tree just coincidentally met with us and is almost catching up. Things are looking grim. Even you and Senior Fu Bai can't handle it? Yu Hong's heart sank.
Impossible.
The other side doesn't consist of just one or two powers. Forces comparable to the Holy Tower and the Heavenly Sun sect are numerous within the Black Disaster. Behind us alone, there are over 30 entities. Feng Shuezi said solemnly. You mean 30 golden immortals? Yu Hong's heart skipped a beat, realizing the severity. Yi and the others were in an exceedingly dangerous situation. But now he was far from reach, and with uncertain strength, he couldn't help much. No matter how confident he was, he wouldn't claim to be able to compete with golden immortals. Instantly, countless thoughts flickered in Yu Hong's mind as he pondered a solution. But don't worry. If it comes down to it, we can protect a few and escape rapidly. The floating city is just too big a target, and we can't safeguard that many. Senior Fu Bai spoke again. Wait, you're not using the water instrument ball to contact? Instead, ordinary water mirror technique. Suddenly, Feng Shuizi seemed to notice something. His expression froze. Yes, Disciple had a sudden breakthrough in understanding the water mirror technique and then tried communicating through the special connection with Senior Sister Quan He. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. Yu Hong casually found an excuse. Your breakthroughs and insights are indeed numerous, Feng Shuizi said wryly. All right, let's stay alert for any updates on the mother tree. All right, please be careful. If anything arises, you can use this water mirror technique to contact me back. Wait, Zheng Ro, are you in the invisible belt now? Feng Shuizi suddenly asked. Yes, Disciple. Yu Hong was about to reply. How did you survive in the invisible belt? Feng Shuizi interrupted him, with a hint of urgency and anticipation. Disciple doesn't know. However, Disciple seems to vaguely sense how the invisible belt's disasters emerge, attack, whom to attack, where they begin and end.
Yu Hong lightly lit.
Chapter 610 leads to 2. You. Feng Shuizi gasped, wanting to say something more. Boom! The next moment, the entire water mirror technique violently exploded. Countless black flames rapidly spread from the rear environment of the water mirror technique. Panic-stricken cries and the chaotic sounds of casting and running echoed endlessly. Go! A low shout from Sherbua suddenly came from within the water mirror technique. Instantly, everything on the screen began to twist and roll as if spinning rapidly in a washing machine. Before long, the water mirror technique suddenly lost connection. Swish! Yu Hong sprang to his feet, his face becoming extremely grim. Night Mother Tree! His mind was racing with thoughts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Floating city. The enormous absolute balance was being pierced by thick, dark branches from behind. The city's massive defense magic array was being breached, creating one giant hole after another. Swarms of black disaster monsters on the branches swarmed in, clashing with the mages flying out of the floating city. At the top, the council members joined forces to create an array, attempting to fend off a fat, bald giant with 9 heads. Inside the AUS Academy's airship at that moment, all the elite members of AUS Academy had gathered here, and Counselor Lu Shiran, whose entire body was composed of condensed lightning, stood in the main control room, watching the chaotic battle outside. One by one, black meteors descended from the sky, crashing into various parts of the floating city. Thick smoke billowed, forming numerous dense smoke pillars. Countless mages were frantically fighting the invading monsters, but it was all to no avail. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast. Let's go, we can't help, Feng Shuizi said emotionlessly. He only cared about those important to him. Everyone else was irrelevant. If anyone hindered him, even fellow mages from the floating city, he would wipe them out effortlessly. The only reason he was willing to help take Lu Shiran and the others was out of consideration for Kuchan. Rest assured, golden immortal level powerhouses won't act easily. Unless they are absolutely confident they can capture us quickly. A prolonged fight could lead to being caught by the great annihilation behind us. Fu Bai explained softly beside him. Lu Shiran glanced at the approaching hordes of powerful black disaster monsters and finally sighed. Thank you, seniors. He bowed to Fu Bai and Feng Shuizi, imitating the etiquette of Qinghe Mountain. The other mages quickly followed suit, bowing again. No need for courtesy. Speak again once we're out of danger. Feng Shuizi waved his hand, and a round light suddenly appeared behind him. In an instant, a radiant golden light shot out from his eyes, landing on the airship. The entire airship changed color abruptly, its surface coated in a layer of gold. The engine of the AUS Academy's airship, as if injected with a stimulant, suddenly erupted with clusters of blue-green flames, transforming into propulsion. Whoosh! In an instant, the AUS Academy's airship surged forward, diving into a black space crack, disappearing from sight. The crack sealed shut immediately after it entered, vanishing completely. Inside the Heartless Belt, Everyone from AUS Academy stared intently at the mysterious starry sky outside. The starry sky had become a blur, and nothing was visible anymore. But Feng Shuizi and Fu Bai's expressions remained serious, without a trace of joy. "Sherbua, seniors, what's happening? Have we not escaped yet?" Quan He asked in a deep voice. "There's trouble pursuing us." Feng Shuizi replied, "It's a child of the mother tree, and more than one." He didn't reveal the full truth. The pursuers weren't only 2 children of the mother tree but also at least a dozen top experts from various factions, half of whom were at the golden immortal level. The scale of this pursuit instantly brought something to Feng Shuizi's mind. Red sky fruit. The 2 of them understood immediately. If the red sky fruit had enough time to mature, it could sustain a small self-sufficient space. These people were coming for the red sky fruit. "What do we do?" Feng Shuizi asked Fu Bai, the 2 communicating secretly. "I'll fend them off and distract them. We can't move quickly while dragging these people along." Fu Bai said calmly, "Once you break through to Heavenly Venerate, find a chance to revive me." "Why not me?" Feng Shuizi's eyes turned cold. "Can you escape the seal?" Fu Bai smiled. Feng Shuizi fell silent. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the invisible belt, the black spirit floated quietly, unmoving. Yu Hong sat cross-legged inside, repeatedly pondering how to help Sherbua remotely. With 2 golden immortals present, the floating city could protect itself unless it faced the top-tier major factions. If they were outmatched, they could at least escape. But the sudden attack within the water mirror technique suggested either a heart disaster was in play or an extremely dangerous encounter that even the 2 golden immortals had to avoid. Yu Hong sat cross-legged, thinking repeatedly. Suddenly, a spirit light flashed through his mind. "Wait, if I can now detect the direction of the invisible calamity, why not bring them in as well to avoid the brunt of the disaster?" Using his power to lead Sherbua and the others into the invisible belt together. Here, invisible natural disasters are everywhere, and those who have surrendered forces definitely dare not enter casually. After all, even unconscious bodies can indiscriminately destroy everything, let alone the invisible natural disasters here. Thinking of this, Yu Hong made a decisive decision and once again activated the water mirror technique based on previous connections. But to his dismay, the water mirror technique couldn't establish contact this time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The void of the heartless belt. 2 red circular lights, like 2 suns, envelop and protect a nearby spaceship. The red light emitted from the circular lights indiscriminately shines on and burns any approaching black disaster monsters to ashes. But while ordinary monsters can't get close, some beings can. A total of 16 tall, differently dressed dark figures surrounded the central red circular light, forming a vast array. These figures exuded an incredibly terrifying energy aura. More than half of the figures behind them also had a circular light of various colors. That is the trait representing the golden immortal level. The golden immortal circular light of immortal cultivation has the function of absorption, borrowing power, and protection. But the circular light of these monsters proves that their flesh and consciousness have reached an extremely high state of immortality. It's an appearance of concentrated power naturally radiating from their terrifying life force. PSSH, PSSH. Not far away, outside the array, 2 tall humanoid figures covered in dark red cracks, with enormous wooden wings made of numerous black tree branches, coldly watched Feng Shuizi and Fu Bai below the 2 red suns. Roar! With a strange roar, the 2 tall figures instantly vanished, charging at the 2 clusters of red circular light at an astonishing speed. Space twisted around them, like mist, generating an effect akin to shrinking the Earth to inches. Every kilometer they flew equaled flying tens of thousands of kilometers. Bam! A massive impact exploded. The 2 humanoid figures collided directly with the surfaces of the 2 red suns, producing numerous cracks. Reinforce! Not only that, but more than a dozen black disaster leaders surrounding them simultaneously infused energy into the array. Instantly, Transparent whirlpools began to tear the two red suns apart from the outside. Can you hold on? Feng Shuizi glanced at Fu Bai behind him. I can manage. Fu Bai wiped the blood from his mouth, unable to wipe the golden blood streaming from his nostrils. This isn't our territory. We can't draw on the surrounding power, but for them, their strength is magnified several times here. Feng Shuizi sighed. That's the limitation of our immortal Tao. Unity of heaven and man fuses with the chosen world, and leaving it severely weakens us. Fu Bai said calmly. In that case, I'll cover the rear. Getting this far, I'm already quite content. Fu Bai sighed. You, Zheng Rou, and the rest represent hope. The land of vitality might only be found by you. Fu Bai, since you're breaking off, why not leave your treasures with me? Feng Shuizi said speechlessly. He knew best how much Fu Bai cherished his various treasures. All right. Fu Bai smiled, extending his hand and opened it. The massive tumor on his back shrank rapidly, melted, and turned into a dark yellow ribbon, weaving a small, delicate yellow sachet in his palm. Feng Shuizi, do you remember our promise? Fu Bai placed the sachet in his hand. Nope. Feng Shuizi replied. Fu Bai was taken aback, then laughed and shook his head. Aye. He turned around, and the red sun behind him abruptly brightened. If possible, please take a look at the future world for me. Swoosh. In an instant, he turned into a red line, separating from Feng Shuizi and soaring straight toward the two charging children of the mother tree. As he flew at full speed, the red light behind him grew brighter and more blinding. Ah! Suddenly, he roared. This damn world! Damn everything! Boom! In an instant, a burst of brilliant golden light swelled from within his body and exploded. Time and space completely froze at that moment. Only the brilliant golden light spread across thousands of light years around. In the golden light, Fu Bai's body gradually faded, turning transparent and disappearing. He looked up, seemingly seeing his junior sister, Demon Pride Golden Immortal. Huh? Why was it Zheng Ruzi's and Yu Hong's square face? Wait, could it be that my true feelings weren't for my junior sister but an indescribable emotion for Zheng Rou instead? Fu Bai blinked, as Yu Hong's large face rapidly approached, becoming larger and larger. Otherwise, why would I see Yu Hong instead of my junior sister at the moment of death? But at that moment, everything became clear to him. Since Yu Hong was most important to him, in the end, in a daze, Fu Bai spread his arms wide, gently embracing Yu Hong's huge face falling from the sky. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he held back his nausea, choosing to follow his heart and puckered his lips for a kiss. PSSH, that massive, galaxy-like face suddenly opened its mouth, devouring Fu Bai completely. Not only that, Yu Hong's face turned, completely ignoring the exploding golden light, and then swallowed Feng Shuizi and the others in one gulp as well. The next moment, the giant face shrank, dragging a long silver tail like a giant serpent, diving into an invisible fissure and disappearing. By then, everything else around them, frozen in time, slowly began to flow again. Chapter 611, Guide 3. The gigantic face of Yu Hong suddenly emerged, swallowing the Golden Immortal and the floating city spaceship in one gulp. Taking advantage of the moment when everything around was frozen, he turned and fled, disappearing instantly before the pursuing children of the mother tree could track him. The two children of the mother tree roared wildly, unconsciously releasing their power and directly annihilating the nearby subordinates. Circles of dark green light spread out from their bodies, wantonly venting their anger. The leaders of the various forces that had formed an array behind them scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing in a few moments. Those who could choose to surrender were almost all people with unstable minds and self-serving tendencies, and it was impossible for them to continue the chase without benefit. So in just 2 seconds, only the two children of the mother tree remained among the pursuing forces. The two humanoid figures with dark green wings on their backs rushed violently toward the empty space where Yu Hong had left. Poof! A soft, Silvery mana like fine sand remained there. It moved like clouds and mist, slowly flowing, set by Yu Hong to cover his retreat. When the two children of the mother tree collided with it, the instant they touched that wisp of mana, their bodies trembled simultaneously, coming to a halt. From extreme motion to extreme stillness, they had no buffer at all. As if forcibly paused, they froze within that wisp of mana. 1 second, 2 seconds. The dark red flames in the bodies of the two children of the mother tree burned wildly, and the dark green branches and wings on their backs grew frantically, trying to break through the surrounding silver sand-like mana. As their power erupted to fight back, the wisp of mana quickly diminished, faded, and disappeared. By the 6th second, that silver sand-like mana finally completely dissipated. The two children of the mother tree then broke free and regained their movement. Roar! They roared again, but at this point, they were completely unable to find any trace of Yu Hong and his companions. Further away, within the giant holy tower inside the mother tree, the tower master Geshe quietly watched the distant scene. It was only when the two children of the mother tree returned without success that he sighed softly. Such power! It seems the heavenly venerate system still has remnants of powerful individuals. It doesn't resemble the power of the heavenly venerate system. Another grand voice spoke in confusion. Rather, it seems like its higher positional power prevented the children of the mother tree from breaking through, even immobilizing them for several seconds. At their level, being paused for several seconds was enough for an enemy to kill them countless times. The strong ones at the golden immortal level could mostly manipulate time. Whether it was accelerating themselves or slowing down their opponents, they could stretch those few seconds into a much longer period of time. Not to mention, their own speed was extremely fast. But with such a high positional power, why didn't he directly kill the children of the mother tree? Why did he choose to leave with others? Geshe asked again in puzzlement. Perhaps he was injured? The grand voice speculated. High positional power only means he can ensure he doesn't get hurt, as ordinary low positional power can't affect him, but if his strength is insufficient, he can't intervene too much. Perhaps that's the state of the rescuer. Maybe. Geshe nodded. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Invisible belt. In the pure white light, the gigantic face of Yu Hong opened its mouth and spat out the swallowed golden immortal Fu Bai and the AUS Academy spaceship. The two rolled over dozens of times before barely releasing a force field to stabilize themselves. Then, the face quickly shrank, faded, and disappeared from the spot. In the white light, a dim and hazy, irregularly shaped black stone-like object appeared. That object was the black spirit which had been deformed and unrecognizable after being hit all along the way. In its current state, it looked like a chaotic and ragged meteorite. Senior Marshal Uncle. Inside the black spirit, a silver figure flashed suddenly, rushing out of the surface of the black spirit, trailing a long silver tail, flying towards the AUS Academy spaceship. The next second, the figure teleported instantly, appearing directly within the spaceship. In the main control room, Feng Shuezi and a group of AUS Academy mages, Kuchan, and others were just coming to their senses from a dazed state. Feng Shuezi was the first to recover. Shaking his head, his divine sense spreading out, he immediately saw the silver figure that had flown into the spaceship. The figure descended from the sky and automatically condensed into Yu Hong's tall form. It really is you, Zhang Ro. Feng Shuezi laughed loudly. He stepped forward and hugged Yu Hong tightly, vigorously patting him on the back. Good lad. That move of yours just scared us half to death. Bang, 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 bang. In the midst of the loud collision sounds, sparks flew off Yu Hong's back from the slaps. Now, his body's toughness far exceeded that of so-called top-tier alloys, and after being strengthened 180 times, his body's density was further enhanced by the circulation of high-level bloodline power. With just his physical body, he could already rival the defense of an array set up by a returning void cultivator. Uncle Master, it's a good thing I arrived in time. Otherwise the consequence of that hit just now would have been unimaginable. Yu Hong sighed. Indeed, your move just now, while of very high rank, could still faintly be identified by its mana imprint. That's how I confirmed your identity. Feng Shuezi released him and sighed as well. But how did you manage that move just now? Can you do it again? Disciple accidentally awakened a dormant bloodline within my body during a life-and-death crisis. And I don't know how, but I can now use a peculiar ability. However, it's limited in use, and my actual cultivation is still only at the Mahayana realm, Yu Hong explained. Awakening bloodline. Mahayana realm. You're already at the Mahayana realm? Feng Shuezi was stunned. Words stuck in his throat, unable to speak. He vaguely remembered hearing similar words sometime before. Moreover, what kind of bloodline could instantly erupt with such high-level power while the cultivation remained at the Mahayana realm? A bloodline of such high level, yet it practices low-level immortal Tao magical power. Isn't this a pure waste of time? Forget it. I can't figure out your situation, as long as you're safe. Feng Shuezi couldn't understand and decided not to think about it. But since you have awakened a high-level bloodline, you can totally leverage it to cultivate corresponding high-level power. This is far quicker and more powerful than slowly following the immortal Tao system. What does Uncle Master mean? Yu Hong was puzzled. We'll talk about it later. Go check on Ku-chan and Quan He first. Feng Shuezi smiled. Yu Hong nodded and quickly walked towards Yi, giving her a big hug. At this moment, Fu Bai also teleported back, appearing beside Feng Shuezi. Seeing Yu Hong and the others happily reunited, the two golden immortals also felt their tension ease. That power just now was very strong, but also very weak. Fu Bai said softly. What do you mean? Feng Shuezi asked. Zheng Ro should have just recently awakened his bloodline. Though the rank is high, the density is extremely thin. Could barely wrap around me, isolating everything else to protect me. But due to its thin density, it would quickly collapse if faced with a large amount of slightly lower-level power. Fu Bai explained. I noticed that too. Zheng Ro's situation doesn't follow the usual gradual climb through the immortal Tao realms. His body and divine sense were elevated to a very high level by the bloodline awakening, but due to the lack of a matching cultivation technique, he could only continue to practice low-level magical power. Feng Shuezi nodded. Give me the item, Fu Bai said. You have a solution? Feng Shuezi tossed the lump to Fu Bai and watched as he pressed it on his back. The lump instantly swelled and expanded, returning to its original size. Years ago, I encountered this kind of naturally blessed sacred body. Their inherent strength is extremely high, with natural high quality and high-level power within. But these sacred bodies have a problem. Their full potential, once exhausted, becomes their ultimate limit, unable to progress any further. Simply put, the sacred body's potential is its strength limit. Most sacred bodies lack corresponding cultivation techniques, Fu Bai explained. I also know a bit about sacred bodies. Their growth cycle is usually very long. Though they are powerful, they are too slow, not suitable for our current situation. Feng Shuezi agreed. Do you have a method? I have an idea. Many among the heavenly venerates possess sacred bodies. Among them, Xiaohu Taishu Heavenly Venerate is quite similar to Zheng Ro with high-level innate bloodline. After exhausting his potential and reaching the peak of Golden Immortal, he could not take the final step to become a saint and achieve Heavenly Venerate. So he came up with a solution. Fu Bai explained. You mean? Feng Shuezi seemingly recognized the story of this Heavenly Venerate too. 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme? Exactly. I happen to possess this item, retrieved from the ruins of the 9 calculation Heavenly Palace. Though it's damaged, I believe Zheng Ro has the ability to repair it. Fu Bai smiled, producing a black and gold cube from the lump on his back. 1/6 of the cube's edge was broken, and it had a crooked crack running through it. Meanwhile, Yu Hong and Ku-chan, Quan He, and others were reuniting, sharing their experiences after parting ways. Come with us. Don't be alone anymore. Even Senior Feng Shuezi's array is now merged with the spaceship. Ku-chan seriously invited. Yu Hong's smile slightly dimmed. He wanted to say yes, but the dangerous encounter during the Invisible Belt calamity flashed in his mind. He had to keep moving forward, forward and forward, until he found the true land of vitality. During this journey, no one could match his pace. They would encounter various extreme dangers and threats. Even with a heavenly venerate-enhanced safe house, it couldn't block all dangers. After all, even heavenly venerates had perished in the Heartless Belt and Invisible Belt. It's better not to. I'll be in the front, leading the way. You can follow behind, providing support and contact, helping to strategize, Yu Hong replied. Indeed, we can no longer keep up with you, but with Senior Fu Bai and Uncle Master Feng Shuezi here, we can at least offer some support from behind, including supplies. Though you're strong now, you still need food and drink to sustain your body. Quan He sighed. She could no longer even grasp his magnitude. All right, it's settled then. We'll form a formation. I'll lead in front and you follow. If any trouble arises, I'll notify you, and once it's resolved, we'll continue forward. Yu Hong nodded. Though it was uncertain how long this arrangement would last, it was the best mode of cooperation for now. All right, everyone, come look. There's something new. Feng Shuezi's voice interrupted the conversation. The group followed Feng Shuezi to his side, looking at the giant light screen condensing in midair in front of him and Fu Bai. Chapter 6:12, Guide 4. On the light screen, it was clearly showing the situation of the Heartless Belt from which they had just escaped. At this moment, within the Heartless Belt like a starry sky, the branches of the Night Mother Tree were being completely submerged and shrouded by the massive swathes of black mist emerging behind them. This time, the black mist was entirely pitch black, without any gleams, like thick black sludge. Once touched, it adhered completely and couldn't be shaken off. The places contaminated on the Mother Tree were crumbling and disintegrating, while the shadow monsters on it were flying up like swarms of insects, trying to escape. But their speed in this vast Heartless Belt was too slow, too small. As a result, looking from afar, it appeared like a movie scene slowed down dozens of times. They had just taken off and were instantly engulfed by the thick black mist, disappearing completely. The cities on the branches were also collapsing and disintegrating upon contact with the black mist. At this moment, regardless of any surrender faction forces, they were being rapidly devoured indiscriminately. The Great Annihilation has accelerated. Feng Shuezi sighed. It's not just here. He formed a spell with his fingers. Instantly, the massive light screen in midair flickered and changed, splitting into several different scenes. All of them showed the Great Annihilation approaching different regions within the Heartless Belt. The black and white threads of the wind disaster were forming a colossal and boundless black and white wall, quickly advancing towards this direction, devouring countless peculiar monsters unable to escape along the way. At the forefront of the black and white wall, a gigantic colorful tornado was rapidly flying away from the wall. That's the stagnant storm of the wind disaster. The Storm Temple is the largest and the only surrender faction force within the wind disaster. The people inside spend most of their time sleeping, only going out to hunt and supplement their cognition when needed, Senior Fu Bai explained. I've never encountered it in the wind disaster, Yu Hong said, slightly surprised. That's normal. When their cognition is sufficient, they like to hide themselves completely, making them relatively safe and harmless most of the time. Senior Fu Bai nodded. If it weren't for the Great Annihilation this time, they probably wouldn't have shown themselves. Yu Hong nodded and looked toward the other screens. He unexpectedly saw a familiar large ship. Isn't that the Vitality ship from Golden Sparrow Tower? His eyes flashed. An ancient-style large ship was fleeing rapidly under the pressure of the black and white wall, blinking and flying a great distance in an instant. They're not dead yet? He had once had a conflict with the ship owner Yuken of this ship. Golden Sparrow Tower survived the last Great Annihilation. Naturally, they have their methods, Senior Fu Bai said. This force is very low-key and hidden. Although not strong, its legacy is ancient, dating back to the peak period of Qinghe Mountain. That's indeed ancient. Feng Shuezi nodded. Yu Hong scrutinized the screen carefully. noticing that the aura of the Vitality ship seemed different from when he encountered Yukon before. Perhaps the ship owner had changed midway. He continued to watch. The remaining screens all depicted scenes of various surrender factions being devoured by the great annihilation within the Heartless Belt. Countless monsters, flying objects were being indiscriminately crushed, devoured, submerged. Good or evil doesn't matter. Facing the great annihilation, everything returns to nothing. Feng Shuezi sighed. According to the map estimate, the Heartless Belt has roughly 35 days until it's completely annihilated. Then it's the turn of the Invisible Belt. Senior Fu Bai said, if these surrender faction forces do not enter the Invisible Belt, they'll surely follow their own survival methods. If we observe carefully, maybe we can find a way to survive by following them. Yu Hong hesitated upon hearing this. At this moment, his bloodline rank was extremely high, and he felt differently. In the face of the great annihilation, he didn't believe the surrender faction's methods would be applicable to them. The surrender factions had adapted to the internal environment of Source Disaster, existing as immortal entities. Their survival difficulty was far easier than his and the others. All right, let's not talk about this. Zheng Ro, thanks to your timely rescue this time, I thought I was definitely going to die. Senior Fu Bai turned his gaze softly towards Yu Hong. As for the slightly embarrassing scene just now, he naturally treated it as non-existent. Anyway, with the blinding golden light at that time, no one clearly saw his actions or expressions. Fortunately, you risk taking action, otherwise. Senior Fu Bai didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew that even if he had self-detonated to hold them off, he might not have stopped the pursuing squads. Everyone on the ship would have died then. Yu Hong looked at Senior Fu Bai, hesitating to speak. He actually wanted to ask what the senior intended by stretching out his arms and puckering his lips just now. But seeing the senior's expression, it seemed to have been forgotten. What are you talking about, senior? If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't have known how much danger and trouble I'd face. Now, it's just a little ability to repay the favor. Yu Hong said solemnly. Don't be anxious. I've discussed with your master. With your current situation, the previous cultivation technique is no longer suitable for you. However, Qinghe Mountain doesn't have a sufficiently compatible technique either. Your bloodline's sacred body, we can't match with any known record of sacred body, so the only method now is... He flipped his hand, taking out a black golden square. This object is called 9 Calculation Heavenly Extreme. It was once crafted by the 9 Calculation Heavenly Palace sect formed by sacred bodies. Later, the sect was annihilated, and the remaining forces joined Qinghe Mountain, becoming a branch of the sect. That's how we learned of its existence. Senior Fu Bai explained. Your sacred body's origin is unknown, powerful, with many hidden secrets. We won't ask, you don't have to tell. Your cultivation technique no longer aligns with your current sacred body, but if you repair this object and use it, it can deduce the most suitable ultimate cultivation secret for any sacred body. Is this true, senior? Yu Hong's eyes lit up. He had long discovered that his rank elevation was incompatible with his low-grade mana. Although as his rank rose, his control over mana became increasingly effortless. It was like a university student doing kindergarten math, easy and simple. But no matter how many kindergarten math problems one solves, it won't benefit a university student in any way. Now, his rank had already approached that of a heavenly venerate. He guessed he was probably between a golden immortal and a heavenly venerate, meaning that unless he could cultivate his mana to this level, he would not be able to fully utilize all of his rank's abilities. Simply put, he was now like a continuously improving quality firearm, but lacking ammunition, or even having no ammunition at all. His mana was insufficient to unleash even 1/10 of his ability's power. According to his previous method, he was slowly climbing the technological tree from the era of black gunpowder, evolving and upgrading over a very long period until eventually enhancing the ammunition to a level compatible with his rank. This approach wasn't infeasible, but it was too slow and too time-consuming. And the 9 Calculation Heavenly Extreme given by Senior Fu Bai, according to him, could allow him to start making his own usable ammunition, greatly shortening the intermediate process, starting directly from his current rank to cultivate. Take it, it's yours. Fu Bai placed the 9 calculation heavenly extreme in front of Yu Hong, letting it float in the air. Thank you, senior. I won't be polite then. Yu Hong solemnly nodded, reaching out to take the 9 calculation heavenly extreme. Repair it quickly. This might be of great help to you. Essentially, it is not a man-made artifact, but an innate treasure, just slightly modified. Fu Bai reminded. All right. Yu Hong didn't delay, immediately bidding farewell to Quan He and Yi, wrapping himself in mana, transforming into a silver serpent shadow, flying out of the spaceship, and returning to the black spirit. This was one way he had discovered to use his abilities. After his mana was enhanced by the rank's influence, he found that his mana could almost penetrate any surrounding material, as if isolated in another world, impervious and untouchable. This was the method he had used previously to save people, using mana to wrap the spaceship and Senior Fu Bai as much as possible, then turning and fleeing. Back to the black spirit. Yu Hong began cultivating while waiting for the black mark enhancement fusion to finish. At the same time, he carefully observed the activity patterns of invisible cataclysms within the invisible belt. He now activated the dimension jump ability, allowing him to remain in a state of observing primordial particles as long as he didn't use it. It was just right for recording the activity patterns of the invisible cataclysms. Meanwhile, on the AUS Academy spaceship, Feng Shuezi and others were monitoring the outer layer of the Heartless Belt, ready to exchange intelligence with Yu Hong at any time. Time passed slowly. A few days later, Yu Hong sat cross-legged on the ground of the black spirit, an oval white light screen floating in front of him, within which was Quan He's solemn yet pretty face. Based on these days of observation, we can now basically confirm that the external surrender faction forces, whether it's the mother tree of the black disaster, the stagnant storm of the wind disaster, or the zero pool of the cold disaster, or the white star of the drought disaster, none of these surrender faction forces' bases have entered the invisible belt. They must all know the dangers here. Because the monitoring screen didn't require any threshold, this task was now being handled by Quan He. At this moment, she was communicating with Yu Hong about the recent external situation. What about the light disaster? Have there been any observations? Yu Hong asked. He still hadn't forgotten about the light disaster he had once used as leverage. The observation magical artifact set up by Master Uncle hasn't detected any traces of the light disaster nearby. It's probably still farther away. After all, even a golden immortal can't observe all areas of the Heartless Belt. We can only monitor our surrounding area. Quan He replied. So, these surrender factions all know how to survive in the Heartless Belt during the Great Annihilation among the various source disasters? Yu Hong speculated. It's possible. Should we continue to stay here and observe? Or go deeper? Quan He asked.
No rush.
There's still some time before the Great Annihilation of the major source disasters occurs, right? Let's wait a bit longer. Yu Hong said solemnly. I'm summarizing the patterns of the invisible cataclysms here, almost done. Then, even without my guidance, you can stay here safely. Thank you for your hard work. If you need anything, just let us know. Although we are weak, we also want to help. Quan He said earnestly. Don't worry, I won't be polite with you.
Yu Hong smiled.
Actually, he felt much better now. Even if Quan He and others did nothing, just being able to communicate and interact with him at any time gave him a sense of inexplicable relaxation. The two chatted a bit about why Senior Fu Bai had recently been avoiding Master Uncle, and about the increasing number of people on the spaceship who were becoming languid, negative, and reluctant to cultivate and work. It seemed that the lack of hope, coupled with daily fear, had led many Academy mages to start secretly preaching the theory of physical pleasure supremacy, which was the most straightforward and cost-effective simple happiness. After chatting for a while, the light screen disconnected. Yu Hong took a long breath, stood up, and felt the knot in his heart dissolve. Now, those close to him were around, the black mark enhancement was about to be completed today, and the future held treasures like the 9 calculation heavenly extreme awaiting his repair and enhancement. Compared to the previous situation, the future now was full of anticipation. As long as I keep enhancing my rank and then use the 9 calculation heavenly extreme to obtain a suitable cultivation method, I will definitely find the land of vitality, find a way back. After reconfirming his resolve, Yu Hong closed his eyes, entered his mind, and flew towards the trait's corner. The fusion of the previous 2 traits had now counted down to the end. A billiard ball-sized pure golden light sphere floated, waiting for his touch. Chapter 613, Disaster Part 1. Earlier, the fusion involved 2 traits, High-Dimensional Snake and Super Illusion God. The former is a top-tier bloodline just fused with, while the latter has a strong resistance to illusions and significantly enhances the cultivation of illusion techniques. Initially, Yu Hong was reluctant to fuse these traits. After all, using them to counter the heart disaster might have a targeted effect. But as his cultivation continuously advanced, the troubles he faced grew stronger. The Super Illusion God trait, which targets biological entities, became less useful to him. Standing in front of the golden light sphere, Yu Hong gently extended his hand and pressed it against the surface of the sphere. Sizzle. A stream of information flowed into his consciousness. Fusion successful, you have acquired the trait, High-Dimensional Snake King. High-Dimensional Snake King, you are an evolver within the High-Dimensional Snake race, and all your innate abilities are fixedly strengthened. You have acquired the talents Super Dimension Resistance, Super Dimension Jump, Ultimate Permanence, Ultimate Eternal Casting. Yu Hong scanned through the new talents, and the biggest change was with Super Dimension Jump. This talent increased from once a week to once a day and allowed the selection of the jump's dimension. As for resistance, it had been directly increased to 100% immunity to natural damage. Natural damage refers to environmental harm. Ultimate Permanence now strengthened all aspects by 200 times. Ultimate Eternal Casting provided immunity to all time-eroding damages except for decaying withering illusion-type harm. The enhancement is substantial, especially with dimension-specific jumps. Yu Hong felt a slight amplification and strengthening of his body, which seemed to be inflating continuously like a balloon. However, due to magic, he maintained his current appearance temporarily. I can fuse one more time. Next, I need to repair the 9 calculation heavenly extreme and strengthen the outer eye. Continually advancing one's position is the key. He had found that the amplitude of trait fusion enhancement was far less significant than directly strengthening the outer eye, he pondered. Yu Hong reached for the sound of decay and decaying eye, pulling them together. These 2 traits were of no use to him. He decided to fuse them. Poof! The 2 light spheres merged into a fist-sized black light sphere. A countdown appeared on its surface. 11 hours and 12 minutes. It seems too weak, so the fusion time required is quite short. Relaxing, Yu Hong began to enter the dimension jump state. A warm stream surged into his eyes, and everything in front of him suddenly began to change. Within the black spirit, in the empty central area, a red elliptical light gate suddenly appeared. Yu Hong's heart stirred. A small semi-transparent square light screen immediately appeared at the edge of the light gate. It read, Dimension Jump Options, 1, 2. Can I select 2 dimensions to jump? A trace of curiosity arose in Yu Hong's mind. Previously, the jumps were completely random, but now, with the upgraded bloodline, he could choose freely. Although this 1, 2 only showed numbers without labels, it was an imagined interface Yu Hong created for ease of operation. The high-dimensional Snake King's ability inherently lacked such specifics, only a vague instinct. Yu Hong stood up, walked to the light gate, and tapped on the number 1 on the screen. Then, he stepped casually into the light gate. Sizzle. His vision blurred as if passing through a layer of cool water. When his vision cleared, he was back in the previously seen pitch-black infinite space. Below him was a gray dugout canoe representing the Vitality ship, inside of which lay an irregular semi-transparent stone. A bright golden thread connected to the bow of the canoe. This dimension allows observation and interference with the connections between objects. I'll call it the relational layer, Yu Hong decided internally. Without lingering, he took a step back, immediately leaving this dimension and disappearing from the light gate. After exiting, the number 1, on the light screen at the side of the light gate disappeared, replaced by Relational Layer Dimension. Yu Hong tapped on the number 2 and continued towards the light gate, but a layer of soft yet resilient force stopped him. Seems like I can indeed only jump once per day. I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Regretfully, he deactivated the ability, and everything before him vanished. With the test over, Yu Hong searched for some food to replenish his energy. At this stage, he no longer needed regular food or to chew it directly. With a mere thought, Mana could extract nutrients from minerals and other materials to replenish his body's consumption. In the surrounding Heartless Belt, there was nothing to supplement, so his only source was the reserve supplies he carried. Fortunately, he had enough reserves and could also acquire supplies from the AUS spaceship that followed behind. Around 6 p.m., Yu Hong attempted to use mass energy conversion with his Heavenly Venerate status to condense water, succeeding effortlessly. Just as he stored the water in the water tank, the entire safe house trembled slightly. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. Yu Hong immediately sat down, closed his eyes, and entered the mass energy conversion state to observe the flow of primal particles outside. Outside the window, countless primal particles swirled and converged into an enormous vortex, rushing towards the black spirit. Yu Hong's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly steered the black spirit to circumvent the edges of the massive vortex. Simultaneously directing Mana backward, he guided the trailing spaceship to follow suit. What's going on? Feng Shuezi and others behind, unable to observe the invisible calamity vortex, sent a questioning voice transmission. A disaster is coming. Follow me closely. Yu Hong had no time to explain. Yanking the spaceship, he accelerated sharply, like two small black fish skimming past the edge of the enormous invisible vortex. But just as he dodged this vortex, before catching his breath, 3 more equally massive vortices appeared ahead. Their interwoven rotations left only extremely narrow escape crevices between them. Yu Hong's expression changed. The situation is not right. The invisible belt seems to be having issues. No, perhaps it's not an issue, but this place itself is likely always in this state. It's just that previously we happened to encounter a brief calm period. Yu Hong's mind raced, his voice heavy. It makes sense. If the invisible belt were truly that safe, those heavenly venerates before wouldn't have mysteriously perished within the Heartless Belt. Thinking this, Yu Hong focused all his attention, guiding the black spirit and the spaceship to accelerate together. As they approached several large vortices, he abruptly aimed at one of the gaps and sprinted with all his might. Outside the black spirit window, countless silver-gray elemental particles flowed rapidly, rubbing against the outer layer of glass. Layer after layer of glass was continuously decomposed, turning into equivalent elemental particles. The black spirit was like this. The AUS spaceship behind it fared even worse. The outer layer disintegrated even more severely. Within mere dozens of seconds, the enormous spaceship comparable to a small city had already been decomposed by more than half, its size shrinking by 1/3. The entire ship became tattered, riddled with large holes and pits. The defensive magic shield had already declared its collapse the instant it touched the vortex of the invisible disaster. The inner layer relied mainly on Feng Shuezi's Heavenly Venerate seal and the powerful defense techniques supported by the Golden Immortals. Some mages positioned on the outer layer didn't have time to escape and were instantly swept out of the spaceship, disappearing into the vortex, their bodies and souls simultaneously decomposing into elemental particles. When the AUS Academy mages migrated, they numbered over 1,000. Now, suddenly, more than 100 were lost. The entire spaceship was filled with cries of pain and despair. The rapid sprint and turn lasted for over half a minute before it slowed down and stopped. By that time, the entire spaceship had been shaved into a walnut shape, its size reduced by more than half. Inside the black spirit, Yu Hong, drenched in sweat, sat cross-legged and looked at the elemental particles that had finally calmed outside, letting out a long breath. "Are you all okay?" He cast a spell to connect with the spaceship behind. The other side was silent, not answering immediately. "Quan He Jr. sister?" Yu Hong's heart sank, raising his voice. Ku-chan teacher's mentor, Mage Lu Shiran, was just outside repairing the spaceship's array. Quan, he said softly. Her voice sounded repressed and carried an inexplicable emotion. I'm very sorry. Yu Hong paused, then said softly. He actually didn't have much contact with Lu Shiran, but a floating city council member like her, in the recent catastrophe, disappeared without any resistance just like an ordinary person. This sense of oppression raised a hint of hesitation deep in Yu Hong's heart. This is not your fault. You've done your best. Quan, he comforted. Yu Hong did not speak, silently cutting off the communication. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the elemental particles outside, his expression neutral. The repair work on the spaceship proceeded quickly, and AUS Academy re-elected Lu Qixian as the new leading mage. They spent an hour holding a funeral for the council member Mage Lu Shiran, whose body was never recovered. The funeral used spells to display Lu Shiran's life on screen, with subtitles. White spell-conjured flowers covered a small area in front of the spaceship. During the funeral, Yu Hong stood by the window, gazing at the white flowers behind, silent throughout. About 2 hours later, the trait fusion ended. He glanced at the newly fused trait, which was named Decaying Force Field. Decaying Force Field. Anyone who gazes upon you with malicious intent will naturally decay in body and mind, experiencing an ash identification within 3 seconds. Failure to pass the resistance identification will result in turning to ashes automatically, with the soul unable to escape. Another trait for biological entities. Yu Hong withdrew his perception, feeling indifferent. Only traits aimed at non-biological entities are useful. Alas, there's no opportunity for further trait fusion. He took out 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme, added a hair strand, and fortified it. Fortify 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme. Direction. Random enhancement. Confirm strengthening? The black mark's feedback flowed out. Black lines instantly merged into 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme. The countdown quickly appeared. 19 days, 20 hours, 8 minutes. Putting down 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme, Yu Hong stood by the window, quietly gazing at the endless elemental particles outside. Since Lu Shiran's passing, the AUS Academy spaceship fell into a deep silence. The mages became increasingly idle, recklessly consuming resources, enjoying life as days went by. Instead, Feng Shuezi's arrival fulfilled some small wishes of Ku-chan and others. Fu Bai used arrays to decompose the fused mother from Yi, refining her into a pendant for Yi to carry, allowing them to communicate anytime. Feng Shuezi used a magic artifact to reverse Ku-chan's parents, spouse, and children to restore a trace of broken souls. As long as they returned to Ku-chan's birthplace after the Great Annihilation, there might be hope for full resurrection of his relatives. Everything seemed to be slowly returning to normal, Yu Hong dodging 3 more strikes from invisible disaster with the spaceship. This time, smaller ship size made everyone more vigilant, causing no harm. Until the 12th day, Yu Hong received a notification from his master Feng Shuezi, arriving inside the spaceship. At this time, everyone had gathered in the main control hall of the spaceship. The remaining people numbered even fewer. Passing through the spaceship's defensive layer, Yu Hong condensed his form upon landing, scanning the room. Although crowded, counting revealed only over 300 people left. Most appeared lifeless, lethargic, and deadened. Feng Shuezi and Fu Bai stood at the forefront, raising their hands together to release stream-like mana into the golden screen in mid-air. Within the screen, the surveillance magic artifact in the Heartless Belt displayed the scene. The interference is great at this distance, but only by combining powers can we see specific images. Feng Shuezi sighed. What's the situation? Yu Hong noticed the grave faces of Quan He, Ku-chan, and others. Chapter 614, Natural Disasters, Volume 2. Not so good. Quan He shook his head. The senior uncle and the seniors usually start observation every 2 days, but this morning's observation revealed that over half of the magic artifacts on the Heartless Belt side have lost signal. Moreover, The great annihilation we saw earlier has already spread everywhere, much earlier than we predicted. The vast hall was filled only with her voice echoing in the space. So, those who surrendered couldn't hold out? Yu Hong was silent for a moment before asking. Completely annihilated, Feng Shuezi said in a low voice. The Night Mother Tree of the Black Disaster and the stagnative storm of the Wind Disaster all gone. I just observed several forces forcibly entering the invisible belt, only to be disassembled and washed away by the invisible disaster, disappearing without a trace. Perhaps they've just been temporarily isolated and can't be detected. They shouldn't be completely wiped out. Yu Hong guessed. Maybe. Feng Shuezi wanted to say more, but was gently patted by Senior Fu Bai beside him. So, he didn't say more, nor mention the scenes he personally saw of the surrendered forces being utterly disassembled. According to the current trend, at most by tomorrow, the entire Heartless Belt will be completely filled by the Great Annihilation, and then it will be the turn of the Invisible Belt. Fu Bai said softly, Zheng Ro, have you decided what to do? Whatever you decide, we will support you. Feng Shuezi said firmly. Yu Hong looked at the many pairs of eyes gathered around him. The hesitation in his heart slowly turned into determination. The density of the natural disasters is increasing. It seems this place can't stay for long. Wait a bit more. After I finish repairing the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme, we'll have a greater chance of success before moving further. All right, you just arrange the way forward. Feng Shuezi nodded. Yu Hong nodded seriously, looked at everyone one by one, and then at the light screen showing the Great Annihilation destroying everything. He turned into a silver snake shadow, suddenly penetrating through the spaceship, and flew back to the black spirit. In the endless white light, 2 pitch-black large and small aircraft slowly started and moved further into the depths of the invisible belt. The reinforcement and repair of the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme continued for 7 days before it was completely finished. During these 7 days, the Heartless Belt was completely engulfed by the Great Annihilation, leaving no gaps. Every day, Yu Hong could see from Feng Shuezi's light screen the destruction and collapse of some surrendered forces. Until the final day, the Night Mother Tree shattered inch by inch and was pulverized, while the Holy Tower and the Child of the Mother Tree within it were stuck by endless black mist, gradually decomposed and dissipated. That day, Feng Shuezi and Fu Bai felt no satisfaction of revenge, only deep-seated confusion arising from the depths of their hearts. In the black spirit, Yu Hong picked up the newly strengthened 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme. This little box had now turned silver and looked like a Rubik's Cube with crisscross lines on its surface. A purple triangular symbol appeared on its side, with a smaller triangle inside it, continuing to nest smaller and smaller triangles endlessly, until even Yu Hong's vision could no longer discern how many times it nested. A white instruction manual was pressed under the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme. Yu Hong gently picked it up. 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme, enhanced version, the inherited treasure of the 9 calculation Heavenly Palace. When injected with body tissue, it can calculate a suitable cultivation method for oneself. The cultivation method can be optimized with each calculation, but it consumes a large amount of energy. It worked. Yu Hong put down the manual, remembering Senior Fu Bai's words that this object could only calculate once. But now, after enhancement, it had become able to repeatedly optimize, evidently a significant improvement. Holding the small cube, he directly tore off a strand of hair, coiled it and placed it under the cube, then gently pressed it. Hiss! In an instant, the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme spun rapidly like a real Rubik's Cube, while the triangular symbol on the side spun and flashed wildly. It lasted for over a minute. The cube slowly decelerated and calmed down. The purple triangular symbol on the side flashed, emitting a hint of silver light. Yu Hong reached out to grasp the cube. At the moment of touching the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme, a complex information stream poured into his mind. Calculation complete. Sacred body model unknown. Status. Pseudo-saint status. Cultivation method generated. Based on reference from 742 methods. Auto-named. Qingyuan Heavenly River Holy Technique version 1. Yu Hong followed the cultivation method information down. Qingyuan Heavenly River Holy Technique version 1 seamlessly integrates with Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao Technique, converting mana to holy power. The method is divided into 3 stages: listening, focusing, illusions. Yu Hong roughly understood the content of this method. Starting from perception, meticulously sensing all internal and external structures of oneself, then finding the key sacred body condensation points, and letting mana follow these points, repeatedly flowing to quickly undergo significant transformation, converting mana into holy power. Finally, using his strongest eyes as the breakthrough point to release and collect holy power. The final stage, illusions, involves holy power combined with the innate ability of bloodline to jump dimensions, instantly transferring oneself and everything within the range of divine sense to a designated dimension. This is considered a strengthening of his talent. This cultivation method mainly enhances the transformation of mana to holy power, suitable for my current status, which also solves my shortage of ammunition. Moreover, it enhances control, and the illusion stage extends the dimensional jump useful for myself to be applicable to others around. In battle, it can completely send enemies to dangerous dimensions. The method perfectly solved Yu Hong's current troubles. He nodded slightly, tore another strand of hair and inserted it again, and activated the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme once more. Mana poured into the small cube, seemingly endless. Yu Hong's expression remained unchanged, continuously inputting mana. 1 minute, 5 minutes, half an hour, until 3 hours later. The small cube began to spin again. Soon, the second version of Qingyuan Heavenly River Holy Technique was calculated. Yu Hong placed his hand on the small cube, carefully sensing the cultivation method information in his mind. Qingyuan Heavenly River Holy Technique version 2. Successful cultivation can slightly enhance bloodline strength, with a slim chance of evolving into a higher bloodline. Aside from this one additional note, the rest of the description was the same as before with no differences. Yu Hong was undeterred, continuing to activate the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme once again. Once he injected a large amount of mana again, 5 hours later, the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme provided the third version of the cultivation technique. The previous version had a small chance to evolve to a higher bloodline. This one changed to having a significantly higher chance to evolve to a higher bloodline. He wanted to input mana for further calculations, but the subsequent calculations by the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme showed almost no changes, with very little difference from the third version of the cultivation technique. As expected, it's still far inferior to the black mark. Yu Hong carefully compared the techniques and confirmed that the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme could provide him with a set of supportive cultivation techniques, and nothing more. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he noted down the cultivation technique, put away the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. The 6th version of the Qingyuan Heavenly River Holy Technique was created based on his own bloodline, and the required cultivation energy was still vitality, which was the fundamental basis of all Qinghe system techniques. However, the 9 calculation Heavenly Extreme provided a method to enhance the quality of mana. Yu Hong took out the outer eye, freely reinforced it once, and watched as a countdown appeared on the surface. August 28, 11 years, 1706. He remained silent for a long time. In the end, he chose to commence reinforcement. Days passed. More than a month went by in the blink of an eye. The Great Annihilation, which everyone feared would invade the invisible belt, did not occur. The Great Annihilation halted at the Heartless Belt, no longer advancing or retreating, continuously destroying everything within. In the invisible belt, the Black Spirit and the AUS spaceship were slowly flying deeper inside. The cultivation technique is confirmed. Next is cultivation itself. Your current problem is the severe lack of time for cultivation, Feng Shuezi said, intently watching the cross-legged Yu Hong. Fu Bai was also there. The 3 of them, alone in the first-level hall of the Black Spirit, were discussing how to help Yu Hong quickly improve his cultivation. Didn't Senior say there was a way? Could it be? Yu Hong squinted, seemingly guessing something. Exactly what you think, accelerating your own time and arranging an array to seal it. As long as you have enough vitality, you can grow rapidly. But the downside is that your lifespan will be greatly reduced. And... Feng Shuizi paused. And what? Yu Hong asked calmly. And you must not have any time resistance, Feng Shuizi said solemnly. Yu Hong fell silent immediately. He thought of the time-space resistance inherent in his bloodline and voiced it out. In that case, the time array is ineffective for you. Then we'll use an illusion array to deceive your body, accelerating your metabolism and increasing your cultivation speed. Feng Shuizi changed his approach. Illusion array. I am nearly immune to illusions as well, Yu Hong said helplessly. This. Feng Shuizi and Fu Bai both fell silent. It's all right, senior. The situation is relatively stable now. We can take our time, cultivate slowly. There is still time, Yu Hong said. But the higher level the bloodline, the longer it takes to cultivate. Feng Shuizi sighed. Yu Hong nodded slightly. Actually, it's not bad to live quietly like this. As long as I'm cautious and vigilant, there won't be much danger. We can wait here until the great annihilation ends outside. Then return. I'm just afraid that the great annihilation won't just stop like this, Fu Bai said softly, lowering his head. Yu Hong did not answer. He just sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly staring out the window. Feng Shuizi and Fu Bai sighed and left, returning to the AUS spaceship. Only Yu Hong was left, still quietly watching outside, motionless. But after just half an hour, a sudden surge of mana waves came from the back of the spaceship, connecting with Yu Hong's divine sense. Zhang Ro, come quick. Something happened. It was golden immortal Fu Bai. Yu Hong's heart trembled. He hurriedly stood up and turned into a silver snake shadow, flying out of the black spirit. When he arrived at the spaceship, over 100 mages were sparsely gathered in the cabin, all with a trace of fear in their eyes. When Yu Hong landed and looked around, he saw Ku Chan and the others standing together, their faces pale, but Quan He was nowhere to be seen. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Where is Quan He? He stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. Ku Chan's face darkened, and he shook his head at Yu Hong. Yu Hong's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Yi and the little white dragon, both of whom had pale faces and shook their heads as well. Just now, in an instant, more than 100 people directly disappeared from the spaceship, the little white dragon said, trembling. It's a new invisible disaster. Fu Bai's voice was gloomy. No wonder those who surrendered would rather seek survival in the great annihilation than come in here. Yu Hong looked at the senior, Feng Shuizi, who also shook his head. No bloodstains, no monsters, no struggle. Just in an instant, people disappeared, Feng Shuizi said. My divine sense also couldn't find the reason for the disappearance. Yu Hong swiftly entered a dimensional jump state. The primitive particles around him remained undisturbed. He had felt nothing amiss before. Standing where he was, he remained silent for a while, his divine sense repeatedly scanning inside and outside the spaceship. But he discovered that not only had Quan He disappeared, but all her related items had completely vanished too. All remaining traces were slowly dissipating. Even his memories of Quan He in his mind were slowly fading away. We cannot stay here any longer. We must either advance or retreat, Feng Shuizi said in a deep voice. Something has erased Quan He and the others from existence. Yu Hong closed his eyes, gently grasping the crane-shaped jade pendant at his waist. The jade pendant was also slowly becoming transparent, fading and disappearing. But it was not disintegrating into primitive particles. It was thoroughly disappearing. All right, we move forward. Yu Hong opened his eyes. A trace of moisture flashed in his eyes. He turned around, transforming into a silver snake shadow, and flew out of the spaceship. Chapter 6:15. Enter one again. The vast and boundless great annihilation black fog slowly erodes, entering the invisible belt. Not only that, the wall of black and white threads of wind disaster also enters the invisible belt from another place at the same time. The great annihilation of other source disasters similarly enters at this moment. The volume of the invisible belt is shrinking rapidly, being submerged. The invisible calamities within surge and are assimilated by the entering great annihilation, transforming into invisible disasters with different source disaster attributes. In the white light at the central area, Black Spirit is pulling the spaceship, accelerating towards the unknown central region. Silently, suddenly, an invisible, sharp blade-like thing brushes past the side of Black Spirit. The terrifying invisible blade instantly cuts a deep mark on the surface of Black Spirit. In the next second, silently, in an instant, countless dense, invisible blades appear around Black Spirit. Deep knife marks continuously appear on the surface of Black Spirit, then are swiftly patched up by Yu Hong with mana. Yu Hong's expression is solemn as he enters an observational state, but the original particles show no ripple of change, clearly indicating that the blade damage is not caused by original particles. Is this yet another new natural disaster? He deeply understands now that the invisible natural disaster is not just one kind, but rather many disasters mixed together, and even Heavenly Venerate is reluctant to venture into this region lightly. Hence, corpses remain in the outer layer of the Heartless Belt. And All Saints Venerable, he might not even be of human clan. Perhaps he has some special talents, otherwise, he could not have survived here for so long. Although the initial cause was indeed his own revival of its eyeball, leading to its resurrection. Yu Hong senses the Black Spirit, which has already been reinforced by the All Saints Venerable, constantly being cut into with countless knife marks by the invisible natural disaster. His face is grave, and his divine sense is tightly focused ahead. At this moment, he is allowing Black Spirit to move freely, with mana and the engine only aiding in acceleration. Inside the AUS spaceship at the back, everyone has gathered in the central area. The outer ship body is also being cut and shattered, disappearing with countless knife marks. Ultimately, only a small area sealed by Heavenly Venerate, where Feng Shuezi is, remains. All mages gather within this area to avoid the inexplicably appearing invisible knife marks outside. Feng Shuezi, floating white, Ku-chan, everyone's eyes are fixed intently on Black Spirit leading the way ahead. Time ticks by, perhaps an hour or maybe a day. Poof! Suddenly, the entire Black Spirit shudders and disappears within the invisible belt. Immediately after, a huge pulling force also drags the AUS spaceship, causing it to disappear instantly. Asterisk. Woo! Woo! The faint alarm noise echoes drowsily beside Yu Hong's ear. Before him is darkness. He tries hard to open his eyes, wanting to expand his divine sense, to perceive the surroundings, but he can do nothing. The wooing alarm sound continues to sound in his ears. He feels as if he's lying on the floor of Black Spirit, the cold, hard ground faintly allowing him to sense the flow of energy within the arrays. He doesn't know how much time has passed. Yu Hong feels his strength gradually returning. He finally manages to open his eyes barely. In the empty Black Spirit, he slowly climbs up, shakes his head, and looks around. In the White Hall, many miscellaneous items are toppled over on the ground. Some arrays have failed while others are still running, divided into segments. The Black Spirit seems to have completely stopped. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Hong coughs several times with effort, feeling his throat more comfortable, and slowly steps to the window, looking outside. Outside, it has become pitch black. Only the light from within Black Spirit reflects his appearance on the window. Seems like we've left the invisible belt. Where is this? A question flashes through his mind. Agrias map doesn't mark what this place is. Essentially, Agrias is just an ordinary star god, though it has lived a long time. Knowing the invisible belt alone is already quite remarkable. Beyond that, it's a land of the unknown. Yu Hong looks at the pitch black outside. For some reason, there's a sense of oppressive unease in his heart. He sits cross-legged, tries to release his divine sense, but it simply cannot extend outside his body. Even though the vast mana within is present, it just can't flow outward. Helplessly, he stands up again and looks back through the window. Thankfully, the AUS spaceship can still be seen at the back. The spaceship has been shaved down to just a small black sphere. The outer layer has been rewrapped with a simple black metal layer. Vaguely visible, shadows moving within the open windows on the metal surface, seemingly busy with something. Seemingly seeing him, Ku Chan's face suddenly appears at the window, shouting excitedly and waving this way, but no sound reaches him. Yu Hong waves back, gesturing that he is fine, safe, no need to worry. Ku Chan also signs back, indicating everyone on his side is fine, no problems. Light energy transmission indicates it's not too bad here.
Yuong thanks.
Being able to see indicates light energy is being transmitted back and forth, but he doesn't understand why light energy transmits but mana can't flow outside his body. Sitting cross-legged, Yu Hong begins cultivating the Qingyuan Heavenly River Holy Technique. After several breaths, everything within him calms, and he's in good condition. He stands up again, observing the outside through the window. It's pitch black outside, nothing there, nothing to see. Occasionally, he could feel the black spirit seemingly collide with something, forcibly squeezing through before continuing forward. Yu Hong activated his dimension jump talent, and a red oval light gate suddenly appeared before him, but the dimensional selection light screen from before was gone. He walked up to the light gate and stepped in. Hiss! Before his eyes, there was a sudden flash, and Yu Hong was slightly blinded by the unexpected intense light. He stopped at the light gate's entrance, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the overwhelming white light before slowly opening them wide to survey the environment post-dimension jump. Unlike the black spirit before the jump, behind the light gate was a hall illuminated by white light. Everything appeared somewhat blurred and semi-transparent. The floor, walls, tables, chairs, beds, piles of various items, instruments, tools, and even the arrays, magic treasures, and artifacts he had set up seemed faintly transparent. Yu Hong walked to the window and looked out. The AUS spaceship behind them had disappeared, replaced by a massive whale, entirely dark red and covered in rotten tumors. The whale tiredly swung its tail, following the black spirit's advance. Yu Hong frowned slightly. From the whale's patterns, he vaguely noticed a similarity with the texture on the surface of the red sky fruit. He pondered for a moment, then looked away and moved to the ship's front, peering ahead through the circular window. Outside the window, layer upon layer of bright white mist continually dispersed as the black spirit pushed through. There was nothing to be seen ahead. It seemed as if the black spirit was navigating an endless sea of white mist with no end in sight. Yu Hong stood before the window, silently waiting to confirm that there was no imminent danger before returning through the dimension jump light gate to his pre-jump state. He began attempting to reweave the communication spell using his mana. After a period of testing, he discovered that it wasn't that spells or mana couldn't be used here, but rather the mana was severely suppressed. A normal communication spell which would typically require 1 unit of mana now needed at least 10,000 to achieve a similar effect. After tinkering for a while, fortunately even at 10,000 mana, Yu Hong's realm cultivation was sufficient to support normal communication. Soon, the new communication spell reconnected to the AUS spaceship behind. As a mass of deep blue light condensed in mid-air, Feng Shuezi's aged face appeared within the light screen. Finally connected! Feng Shuezi exclaimed with delight when seeing Yu Hong from the other side. Master Uncle, do you know where this is? Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief and, relaxing a bit, asked. I once saw records left by the Heavenly Venerate saying that beyond the invisible belt, no one who entered ever came out again, so there are no records left. Feng Shuezi shook his head. Not even the Heavenly Venerate? Indeed, the Heavenly Venerate was preoccupied with resisting the source disaster encroachment and had no time to explore further, Feng Shuezi replied. However, compared to the invisible belt, it's much quieter here. Perhaps we can hide here for a while, Yu Hong said solemnly. What he needed most now was time, waiting for the black mark enhancements to complete so he could continuously improve. Let's hope so, Feng Shuezi sighed. By the way, Master Uncle, the things of Quan He on your side, are they still there? Yu Hong suddenly remembered and asked. Quan He? What Quan He? Feng Shuizi asked, puzzled. Yu Hong opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but eventually fell silent. You don't look well. Your face is pale. Better take the chance to rest. Feng Shuizi smiled. Yes, Master Uncle, you should rest too. Yu Hong nodded, closing the communication. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he reached out to touch the crane-shaped jade pendant always worn at his waist, only to find it missing. Pausing, Yu Hong retracted his hand, placing it on his knee. In silence, he closed his eyes again, beginning mass energy conversion into vitality, then absorbing it, cultivating. Cultivation knows no age, as the wall clock's hands spun, round after round. The black spirit and the spaceship flew through the darkness for over a week in the blink of an eye. No danger, no monsters, no natural disasters, only vast emptiness, tranquility. Outside the window it was always pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Yu Hong once ventured out to explore but found nothing. He could only hop through dimensions daily, entering another pure white space, trying to find clues. Bit by bit, holy power began to transform inside him. The previously immense mana, Mahayana cultivation, fully converted in a week into a unique holy power, pure white mixed with many black sand grains. The total holy power was very little, barely enough to fill one of Yu Hong's right eyes. To always be ready for potential dangers, he kept all the holy power concentrated in his right eye, ensuring he could unleash powerful destructive force against threats at any moment. This holy power, this time, gave him a completely different feeling from the previous mana, its texture vaguely giving Yu Hong a feeling akin to facing the heavenly venerates relics. Time flowed on again. Despite being ever prepared, no enemies appeared. The black spirit and the AUS spaceship continued sailing in endless darkness, without danger, nor encountering any objects, only emptiness. Everything seemed to return to the tranquil life of the floating city in years past. The mages forgot their disappeared companions, once again indulging in a life of dissipation. Time continued to flow. Yu Hong persisted in arduous cultivation, converting the ship's materials into vitality. Occasionally, he would return to visit Ku Chan and Yi, with Yi accompanied by her mother, who, despite a beast-like confused consciousness, had become much brighter than before. Ku Chan, seeing hope for his family's resurrection, was more motivated in cultivation. But no one remembered Quan He anymore, nor the many vanished mages from before. Only Feng Shuizi and the floating white-golden immortal maintained basic vigilance. Yu Hong silently returned to the black spirit, gradually feeling less inclined to go back to the AUS spaceship. Chapter 616, Advance Again 2. In an instant, a year passed. A life without danger gradually numbed everyone inside the spaceship. Even Feng Shuizi and Fu Bai slightly relaxed their vigilance and began cultivating, discussing how to build a better new array around the defense belt. Here, it was peaceful, and everyone gradually developed the idea that perhaps staying here could avoid the great annihilation. Yu Hong maintained a frequency of visiting Iku-chan once a week, dedicating all other time to cultivation. He carved the figure and face of Quan He once again out of metal, but upon finishing, he found the visage felt unfamiliar even to himself. It seemed that even he was gradually forgetting what Quan He looked like. He gently erased the expression on the metal statue, lifted his head, and gazed out the window. Although the room maintained a constant temperature, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Closing his eyes, he gently gathered the holy power, writing the characters of Quan He on the ground in front of him. But when he opened his eyes and looked down, there was nothing there. It seemed that the holy power he had just gathered was merely an illusion, as he felt no change or depletion in the holy power within him. Can't even leave a trace? Yu Hong stood up. It doesn't matter. I definitely won't forget. I can remember. Walking to the window, he gazed into the endless darkness outside, motionless for a long time. In an instant, 2 years passed. The black spirit and the spaceship were still flying through this dark space, with no end in sight, and no great annihilation approaching from behind. Yu Hong's holy power had already accumulated to fill his eyes. Although slowly, the increase of holy power also accelerated the tempering and enhancement of his body. Essentially, his high-dimensional Snake King bloodline had always been in its initial infant state. This type of bloodline typically requires development time measured in thousands or even millions of years. Previously, he couldn't even utilize the strength of the infant state. Now, it was through the cultivation technique provided by the 9 calculation heavenly extreme that he gradually obtained some of the strength of the high-dimensional Snake King's infant state. At every moment, Yu Hong could feel the flow of holy power within him fortifying and transforming his body. His outer skin remained unchanged, but once he used inner vision, he could see that his flesh and bones were all transforming into a semi-transparent golden color. This was the true manifestation of a high-dimensional being. The high-dimensional Snake King itself is powerful enough to casually traverse and leap between dimensions. Once Yu Hong fills his entire being with holy power, he will truly attain a pseudo-saint position, above a golden immortal and below a heavenly venerate. However, this process may take a very long time. Poof! Colorful magic power fireworks exploded in the spaceship hall's air. Cheers! Inside the AUS spaceship, all the mages raised their glasses, happily drinking the newly brewed fruit wine. A self-contained ecological orchard had been newly established inside the spaceship, and using the first harvested batch of fruits, they brewed delicious fruit wine. This was a great celebration. During the years, Feng Shuezi and others did not do nothing. Instead, they led the reconstruction of various ecological zones, such as the grain area, water source area, fruit area, and breeding area. The circulation of supplies has been maximized, ensuring the most basic survival needs for everyone in this dark space. After all, no matter how much material is carried, there will always be a time when it runs out. But with these ecological zones established, even if consumption lasts for thousands of years, there shouldn't be significant issues. This was undoubtedly great news. So even Yu Hong was invited to join the celebration of the ecological festival. In the spacious rebuilt hall, people gathered in small groups, holding drinks and chatting as if everything was still in the floating city. Various foods were piled on long white tablecloths in silver platters, one after another. Feng Shuezi and Yu Hong stood in a corner, smiling as they watched this scene. As long as we persist, there will always be hope. The red sky fruit can still absorb unknown matter from the surroundings and convert it into vitality power. Though it's little, with time, it will accumulate, and one day we can rebuild Qinghe Mountain, Feng Shuezi said softly. That's a great thing, Yu Hong nodded, quietly watching the mages in the hall. These more than 100 people might become the last seed of humanity. By the way, Uncle Master, I recently heard from Ku Chan that there's a strange illness on the ship. Yu Hong lifted his glass and took a light sip, saying, It's not really a strange illness. Speaking of this, Feng Shuezi's expression sank. It's just that a few mages have developed amnesia. Amnesia? Yes, do you want to take a look? I'm worried it might be contagious, so I've isolated them separately. Feng Shuezi transmitted his voice. Okay. Yu Hong looked at the cheerful scene in the hall and gently nodded. He understood Feng Shuezi's implications. If it were truly just amnesia, why worry about contagion? The two quietly left through the spaceship's corridor, going down for 2 minutes before reaching a circular hall at the bottom. The hall's walls were lined with identical standard single rooms. With a sweep of his mana, Feng Shuezi brought the two to a single room door. Through the viewing window, they could see an elderly mage with white hair standing inside. He was holding pen and paper, trying hard to calculate something. His name is Zhao Yinghe, previously a level 5 plastic energy system mage, but a year ago he started showing symptoms of amnesia, often forgetting the most crucial casting materials during work, leading to multiple spell accidents. As a result, Lu Qixian isolated him alone. Feng Shuezi paused, continuing. Now, he doesn't even remember how to cast spells, only able to circulate mana within himself, but he can't release a single spell. Yu Hong was silent, his eyes, shrouded in black cloth, watched the old mage for a moment before moving to the second room. The second room contained a tall, muscular man with short red hair. He's Andy Aster, a level 3 mage. His situation is somewhat more severe. He hasn't just forgotten his spellcasting abilities, but even how to channel mana within his body. Now he's just a slightly stronger ordinary person, Feng Shuezi explained. Has Uncle Master examined the situation? Yu Hong asked. Yes, clinically there's nothing wrong. It seems to be a simple case of forgetfulness, Feng Shuezi replied. Yu Hong said no more, just continued to observe one by one. There are 32 people with severe problems. The symptoms are mild at first, but further along, one mage just sits in a chair blankly, motionless, eyes wide open. Feng Shuezi told him that this person has even forgotten basic spell meditation and cannot perform simpler calculations. It's as though his intelligence has regressed to that of a young child. No bacteria, no toxins, no radiation. It's just like the forgetfulness of dementia, Feng Shuezi sighed. This phenomenon, perhaps, is not coincidental. Are you suggesting this is some kind of peculiar disaster? Yu Hong asked gravely. Senior Fu Bai and I speculate the same. Feng Shuezi nodded. I'll also conduct some tests on my side. Let me know if there are any results, Yu Hongdao said. Sure, Feng Shuezi agreed. Yu Hong left the lower level and after a few drinks with Kuchan and Yi, returned to Black Spirit. Then he tried to use Perception Divine Sense to probe the surrounding environment but found nothing. The surroundings were empty, not just lacking vacuum particles but even the original particles. No radiation, nothing. Yu Hong set up various detection arrays yet still found nothing. He could only leave it be and report the results to Uncle Master. Over the next few weeks, Feng Shuezi conducted cognitive tests on everyone in the spaceship one by one. The results left him exceptionally shocked. More than 90% of the mages exhibited varying degrees of forgetfulness. Only because the extent wasn't significant, most people hadn't noticed. Feng Shuezi's expression looked grim on the light screen. This isn't normal. In just a few short years, it's impossible to forget so much. Yu Hong nodded. We've started implementing all our proposed methods, taking the forgetting cycle into account. We should start seeing results in about a year, Fu Bai interjected nearby. Unexpectedly, this should be the core danger of this area. Forgetting. Forgetting. Yu Hong silently chewed on the word. You should also constantly observe your own condition and record as much as you can to avoid forgetting, Fu Bai advised.
All right, Yu Hong nodded.
After disconnecting the communication, he looked down at the small female Taoist figurine in his hand, its face blurred yet faintly resembling Quan He. He paused for a moment. He stood up, turned on the computer, and rapidly typed the key information he needed to record on the keyboard. He planned to record the essential memories in various ways, though so far his own forgetting symptoms hadn't appeared severe. But this was just in case. As the symptoms of forgetting emerged, everyone in the spaceship became tense again. Everyone started spontaneously searching for things to leave a record. Time slowly passed and another year flew by. The lower level of the AUS spaceship. Yu Hong and Feng Shuezi Fu Bai walked together to inspect each of the mages previously under surveillance. Things are relatively stable now, with 11 mages in total having issues. From last year till now, through memory recovery exercises and medication reinforcement, we've barely managed to maintain the forgetting level, Feng Shuezi communicated. 11? Yu Hong furrowed his brows slightly. Wasn't it 32? 32? No, it's always been 11, hasn't changed. Feng Shuezi responded with confusion. Yu Hong fell silent and looked at Fu Bai. Fu Bai also furrowed his eyebrows, closed his eyes and pondered. In my memory, it's indeed only 11, that's right. Is your memory malfunctioning? Do you remember how many people there were on the spaceship when AUS Academy left Floating City? Yu Hong suddenly asked. Over 100, Fu Bai replied. Feng Shuezi also nodded. Precisely, it's 149. He provided an exact number. It was over 1,000, Yu Hong said solemnly. Feng Shuizi and Fu Bai's expressions twitched. Are you saying our memories are a problem? Yes. Think about it again. The spaceship couldn't have come here unscathed, right? Where are the people who died along the way? Yu Hong said in a low voice. Feng Shuizi and Fu Bai became silent, neither speaking for a moment. It lasted for more than 10 seconds. Sorry, what did you just say? I zoned out. Feng Shuizi suddenly rubbed his temples and said blankly. Nothing, you just drifted off. Fu Bai smiled beside him. I said when the spaceship left, there should have been over 1,000. Yu Hong grabbed their robes and repeated earnestly. Over 1,000? Feng Shuizi furrowed his brow, contemplating. But 10 seconds later, his eyes twitched again, returning to a dazed expression. What was I saying? I zoned out. Let's continue examining the following cases. Looks like it's been too tiring lately. I also zoned out just now. Fu Bai echoed wearily nearby. Yu Hong watched them, slowly releasing his grip on their robes. Chapter 6:17. Again enter 3. Pada.
Pada.
In the vast spaceship's lower-level hall, Yu Hong walked alone quietly, along the empty, silent metal hall, passing by fluctuating blue magic array walls. No one was around, and there was no sound. The spaceship flew quietly, and he walked on, head lowered silently. What's wrong? Why are you alone here? Ku Chan's figure suddenly appeared from the teleportation array within the front wall. Seeing Yu Hong alone there, his expression momentarily froze, and he softly asked, Just feeling a bit down. Taking a walk here? Yu Hong looked up at him, managing a forced smile. A walk, huh? I'll accompany you. Ku Chan smiled. How's the checkup? Is there any solution for the amnesia? He reined in his smile, approached, and softly asked. Yu Hong slightly shook his head, continued moving forward silently, out of the array, toward the metal ladder going up a level. Ku Chan followed closely, seemingly understanding the outcome. Many things didn't need asking. One could see through a friend's demeanor. Actually, you don't need to feel pressured. For us to stay here this long, living peacefully is already quite nice. You should know, this is a place even heavenly venerates haven't reached. It's the deepest part of the source disaster. Yeah, I know. Yu Hong nodded. I just sometimes might be deceiving myself, thinking I can hold onto the imagined things. But reality tells me, it's all false. Ku Chan opened his mouth, wanting to comfort, but found anything he said would be powerless. In the end, he could only pat Yu Hong on the shoulder. Perhaps, just forgetting everything might be a blissful release. I'll research some more. Maybe I can find a better way. Yu Hong grabbed his wrist and gently released it, then turned around, a flash of purple light on him, disappearing suddenly. Returning to the black spirit, Yu Hong instinctively reached for a small metal statue, but found it absent. He vaguely remembered putting the statue into the drawer before leaving. Whoosh! Yu Hong pulled open the drawer sharply, but it was empty. He paused, stood up, turned on the computer, opened the newly created document, but the document was blank. I remember recording something. Yu Hong gripped the mouse, but couldn't recall what was recorded. He shut the computer, blankly sitting for a while, then sat cross-legged to seriously cultivate the cultivation method. The only thing he could do now was quickly enhance his cultivation and then closely observe the forgetting process. As long as he could detect the pattern of forgetfulness, everyone's pressure could be greatly reduced. Time trickled away. Soon another year passed. Inside the AUS spaceship in the banquet hall, everyone gathered again to celebrate the harvest of the New Year's supplies. It was not just a ceremony but also an attempt to improve the monotonous life here. Everyone joyfully toasted, drinking wine, eating snacks, steaks, and vegetables. Yu Hong, Feng Shuizi, Fu Bai, and Ku Chan sat at the main table. No one spoke, but all ate in silence. Yu Hong glanced at the extra empty seat beside Yi. It seemed like someone's place, but no one remembered. His memory was somewhat fuzzy as well. The number of people with amnesia has risen to over 60. We've tried various methods, including surgical sampling research, but cannot find the forgotten parts within the memory range. Fu Bai softly said. More troubling. Some mages are starting to forget their instincts. Feng Shuezi said, his expression grim. Forgetting how to eat, how to drink, how to rest, even how to open and close their eyes and breathe. How do we deal with this? Ku Chan asked solemnly. We plan to prepare some recording crystal stones to store things we find important, then set up arrays for protection.
Fu Bai proposed.
Yu Hong listened to these familiar words, lowered his head, and said nothing. The discussion quickly concluded. Everyone tried various means to preserve their memory. But 2 years later, another annual Harvest Festival celebration day. Inside the AUS spaceship, more than 20 mages wandered with drinks in hand, faces beaming with steady smiles. Yu Hong, Feng Shuezi, Fu Bai, and Ku Chan sat at their spots. How long have we been traveling here now? Yu Hong asked. I don't know, it feels like a very, very long time. Ku Chan replied. What about White Dragon? Went to rest. Yu Hong glanced at the empty spot beside him, feeling a hint of unease. White Dragon? What's that? Ku Chan asked, puzzled. It wasn't just him. Feng Shuezi and Fu Bai also frowned at Yu Hong. Clearly, they too lacked any memory of White Dragon. Yu Hong looked at their expressions, then at the sparse group of over 40 mages nearby, and said nothing more. The number of those with amnesia has risen again. We've tried various methods, including surgical sampling research, but cannot find the forgotten parts within the memory range. Feng Shuezi said. So, we decided to seek some tangible things to help ourselves remember the forgotten things. He said sternly. Agreed. Fu Bai nodded. I agree too. Ku Chan raised his hand. When it came to Yu Hong, he was in a daze. Zhang Ro? Zhang Ro. Fu Bai called twice, pulling Yu Hong back from his distraction. Do you have any suggestions? Feng Shuezi asked in a serious tone. No. Yu Hong softly replied. I have no suggestions. He watched Feng Shuezi continue repeating the content he had heard before. Everything in front of him seemed like a recurring movie, the suffocation in his heart growing ever more intense. You all continue chatting. I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest first. At last, he couldn't hold back, pushed the chair away, stood up, and left, leaving Feng Shuezi and the other two looking bewilderedly at his back. All right then, it seems Zhang Ro must be really tired. Let's continue and let him have a good rest. Fu Bai's voice came from behind. Yu Hong didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace. Returning to the black spirit, he lay back on the ground, looking at the ceiling glowing with the array's golden light. A discomfort suddenly surged in his heart like never before. He had tried everything, including using his own holy power to protect a few mages for a whole year. But it was of no use. Among the mages he protected, there were still 5 who forgot their casting abilities, forgot how to walk, forgot how to think, turning into living dead who could only lie on beds. Little White Dragon is gone. Who's next?
Ku Chan.
Martial Uncle? Or Senior Fu Bai? He closed his eyes, trying hard not to think about the impending forgetfulness. Perhaps it wasn't that they disappeared, but that we have forgotten about them, so there's no trace of them to be seen. They're not dead. Still here, still alive. Yu Hong thought so in his heart, and immediately felt a bit more motivated. He sat up again, mustering the rest of his strength, and continued to cultivate. If even he doesn't continue to strive and move forward, who else can bring hope to everyone? With this thought in mind, Yu Hong suppressed the emotions in his heart and concentrated on his cultivation. Months later, inside the AUS spaceship, in the main control room around the round meeting table, Fu Bai, Feng Shuezi, Yu Hong, Ku Chan, and Yi gathered once again. The number of people with the forgetting syndrome has risen to more than a dozen. We've tried various methods, including surgical sampling research, but we still can't find the forgotten parts in the memory section. Feng Shuezi's voice echoed once again. Yu Hong quietly sat in his place, trying hard to remember each person present in his mind. As for the inspection aspects, it needs the dean's approval before proceeding, Kuchan, you take care of that. Is that okay? Feng Shuizi looked at Kuchan and asked. No problem. The dean was my former lecturer, we're quite close.
Kuchan nodded.
The dean? Wasn't it Mage Lu Qixian? Yu Hong suddenly said. Lu Qixian? That name sounds familiar.
Kuchan paused.
Of course not, it's Mage Phil. Is that so? Yu Hong didn't say more, seeing Feng Shuizi and Fu Bai both nodding in agreement, and even began to look at him with a kind of concealed, worried gaze. Once again, he couldn't hold back, got up instantly. I'm a bit tired, going to rest. Without waiting for others to respond, he turned and left quickly. Returning to the black spirit, he sat by the window, gazing at the dark and boundless unknown outside, just sitting immobile like that for a long time. The wall clock slowly ticking, moving from 5 to 10:20. Hiss! A blue light screen abruptly appeared floating behind Yu Hong in midair. Zheng Ro. The phenomena of forgetting is getting more severe. Let's have a small meeting. Feng Shuizi's solemn face appeared in it. Yu Hong turned his head, looking at the light screen. Martial uncle, did you forget? We had a small meeting just a few hours ago. No, did we? Feng Shuizi frowned. I just noticed the situation and wanted to discuss countermeasures with someone. It's true. Yu Hong calmly said. You, Senior Fu Bai, Kuchan, were all there. Wait, hold on. Feng Shuizi slightly squinted. Who's Kuchan? Yu Hong was stunned, looking at his martial uncle's genuinely puzzled expression. His pupils slowly contracted. Swipe. He instantly stood up from the ground, transformed into a silver serpent shadow, and suddenly dashed out of the black spirit, crossing a short distance, entering the interior of the AUS spaceship. The spaceship was empty, with only Feng Shuizi and the others sitting cross-legged on the ground in the hall. Feng Shuizi, Fu Bai, were all there, seemingly waiting for him. You're here? Sit first, I'll organize the situation. Inside the spaceship, the mages from AUS Academy exhibited collective amnesia. We received a notice and also checked it out. Feng Shuizi said in a solemn voice. Wait, Kuchan. Kuchan is also an Academy mage. Where is he? Yu Hong landed and shouted. No one responded. Everyone just watched him with eyes filled with worry. I don't remember anyone named Kuchan in the Academy. Fu Bai said in a low voice. Zheng Ro, did you remember wrong? Yu Hong looked at Feng Shuizi's hesitant expression, looked at Yi's face full of concern, and looked at Fu Bai quietly making the hand sign of the will identification technique. An inexplicable powerlessness welled up inside him. We really have no way. His lips trembled. Silence. After several minutes, Feng Shuizi finally spoke softly with concern. Zheng Ro, you must be too tired with too much stress on you. Why don't you go and rest well? Yu Hong looked at the eyes of the three, knowing that whatever he said would be useless. He turned around, slowly transformed into a snake shadow, and flew towards the spaceship wall.
Yu Hong.
Suddenly a loud shout came from behind. Yu Hong turned back in midair and saw it was Yi. She stood up, shouting in this direction. I believe you. Chapter 618, enters 4 again. Yu Hong paused, staring at Yi for several seconds before turning and flying out of the spaceship. Returning to the black spirit, he gritted his teeth and entered the main control room. I can't go on like this. I can't. Go back. I must go back. He extended his hand. A wisp of black and white holy power flowed from his palm into the energy furnace of the black spirit. Buzz! The entire black spirit shook violently. Its speed suddenly surged. It made a sharp turn, taking the spaceship back to where it came from. From then on, he went nowhere, staying in the main control room, ensuring the accuracy of the direction. When tired, he would close his eyes for a brief nap. When thirsty or hungry, he would directly gather elemental material with holy power to replenish his energy. Days passed by, quickly turning into several months. Yu Hong reopened the communication screen. Uncle Master? Silence on the other side of the screen. Uncle Master? Yu Hong's eyes slowly widened as he called out again. After rustling sounds, Yi's small face appeared on the other side of the screen. Yu Hong, what Uncle Master? She asked puzzlingly, holding the pendant that held her mother's memory, looking at the screen from her side. It's... Yu Hong's lips began to tremble again. It's Feng Shuezi, Uncle Master. Even his voice carried an undeniable quiver. I don't know any Uncle Master Feng Shuezi. Yi was frightened by his appearance and cautiously replied. And what about Senior Fu Bai? Yu Hong tried to suppress his emotions as he asked. What is Fu Bai? Yi cautiously asked, puzzled. Yu Hong fell silent. A weight of indescribable pressure clamped tightly in his chest, nearly suffocating him. He opened his mouth but felt unable to draw any oxygen. Though he no longer needed to breathe, yet a suffocating sensation, down to his bones, spread from his lungs throughout his body. Wait for me. At the last moment, he disconnected the screen, transformed into a serpent shadow, and flew out of the black spirit. Soon, he entered the AUS spaceship. The spaceship was vast and empty, with only Yi standing dazedly in front of the control station, clutching the pendant. Seeing Yu Hong land and transform back into human form, she quickly came forward. Yu Hong, are you all right? She asked urgently. Why are you alone? Yu Hong seized her hand, asking anxiously. I was always alone? Yi responded, confused. And this ship? Didn't you help me find this ship specifically for storing supplies? Yi replied. Yu Hong had no words. Grasping Yi, he tightly held her arm, turning his head to look around. No traces of the mages, no trace of Feng Shuezi or Fu Bai. Yet he evidently still carried the 9 calculation heavenly extreme that Fu Bai gave him. Is there truly no one else here? There never was, Yu Hong. Don't scare me, he said, a little frightened. Let's go. You come with me to the black spirit. We can't be apart. Yu Hong felt his grip on sanity stretching tighter, holding Yi's hand, which trembled slightly. A deep chill seeped through his bones, quietly spreading through his body. Okay, actually, in such a large place, I'm a bit scared too. Yi quickly nodded. Right away, Yu Hong enveloped her with holy power for protection and flew out of the spaceship, back into the black spirit. He dared not release Yi, continuously holding her hand tightly, never letting go even for a moment. Whether cultivating, eating, drinking, or observing the outside world, he always held on to her. Even when Yi slept, he didn't dare let go. Day by day went by. The time for the strengthening of the black mark had swiftly passed more than half. The Qingyuan Heavenly River Holy Technique Yu Hong was cultivating rapidly filled the meridians of his upper body. Only half the holy power was needed to fill the rest. One night, he recorded important information from his mind, then meditated and cultivated, replacing dreams until morning. Yi, what do you want to eat today? I'll go and look in a bit. Opening his eyes, Yu Hong turned his head to look in Yi's direction. But his hand grasped only air. Yi, the calm on his face disappeared. The left side was empty, only a computer word. The blue-white screen light was the only flickering object on the left. Yu Hong got up and frantically searched the room. No one on the ground floor, none in the basement, none on the upper floor. He flew out of the black spirit, returned to the AUS spaceship, and it was still empty, no sign of life. Yu Hong landed in the desolate control hall, staring at the white round table used for small meetings, motionless. For a long time, he squatted down, holding his head with both hands, closing his eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The AUS spaceship slowly drifted away from the black spirit, losing power, rolling away, silently sinking into darkness. Inside the black spirit window, Yu Hong quietly watched this scene. Now it's just me left. His face was expressionless, his eyes wooden. He turned and pulled down the shield, beginning to focus on cultivation. With no sense of the passing years during cultivation, time went by year after year. Finally, the countdown for the strengthening of the black mark's outer eye was drawing to a close. Inside the black spirit, in the main control room, Yu Hong carefully arranged the metal figurines he had carved, lining them up in a row. Each figurine bore a familiar face, with familiar names engraved on their backs. Feng Shuezi, Yu Shuezi, Fu Bai, Kuchan, Little White Dragon, and a young woman whose face he could no longer recall. Yu Hong carved them all and placed them in the empty space on the main control console. Once he finished arranging them, he sat cross-legged, gently gouged out his right eye, and placed it in his palm. The dark red countdown on the eyeball had only a few seconds left. He placed the outer eye in his palm, and shortly after, the countdown flickered a few times and then disappeared with a pop. The outer eye suddenly transformed, blurred for a moment, and then reappeared. The whole outer eye completely lost all its luster. From the bottom, a layer of black swiftly spread upward. In just a few seconds, the entire outer eye turned completely jet black. Yu Hong held the outer eye, feeling a heat in his hand, and immediately sensed the corresponding explanatory information flowing into his mind. Outer eye, also known as the Eye of Time, evolved from the right eye of the All Saints Venerable, possesses the power to manipulate time-state changes. Time-state? Yu Hong's eyes widened, and a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. He hurriedly continued reading. Having acquired the Eye of Time, you have obtained the talent. Time-state solidification. Time-state solidification. Your body and consciousness will not be affected by any negative state. You can permanently stay at a time of your choosing. Having acquired the Eye of Time, you have obtained the talent. Reverse. Reverse. You can reverse the time state in a small area, with the specific reversal time determined by the amount of energy you expend. Having acquired the Eye of Time, you have obtained the talent. Heavenly Time Position. Heavenly Time Position. A full version of the Heavenly Venerable position possessed by the Heavenly Time Venerable, who achieved enlightenment through space-time transformation. Immunity to any harm below the Saint position, infinite lifespan, can create something from nothing, condensing most matter and organisms without consumption. Condensing ability can only be used 9 times. To reuse, the previously left power must be dissipated beforehand. Refresh the usage count. Finally! Trembling with excitement, Yu Hong gazed at the long-awaited Heavenly Venerable position. Finally, it had arrived. Heavenly Venerable position. The Heavenly Venerate, who can condense countless fragments from the long river of time and recreate everything, the strongest beings at the pinnacle of existence. This way, I can resurrect ye, and everyone who died before. He stood up, trembling, and gently placed the fortified Eye of Time into his right eye. Sizzle. In an instant, when the outer eye entered the socket, an indescribable sensation of paralysis swept through Yu Hong's entire body. His body lost strength, and he fell straight backward, hitting the ground with a thud. Countless scalding hot currents flowed out from his right eye, spreading throughout his entire body. He felt as if his right eye turned into a volcanic crater, spewing forth hot currents robust enough to scald him, incinerating every part of him to ashes. Countless strange, indescribable perceptions also flooded into his mind at that moment. He didn't know how much time had passed. The Eye of Time, which was spewing hot currents, suddenly stopped, then rapidly began absorbing everything around it. The hot currents that had spread throughout his body were now rapidly consumed and pulled back in. Furthermore, all the holy power Yu Hong had cultivated was now entirely swallowed by the Eye of Time. Then, his body began to melt, like oil dissolving in the heat, quickly dissolving into a puddle of variegated liquid, rapidly absorbed by the Eye of Time. As his body was absorbed, Yu Hong felt his consciousness, his soul, everything being sucked into the fortified Eye of Time. After a few breaths, the Eye of Time floated into the air, suddenly emitting a translucent platinum halo. The light gathered like mist or clouds, swiftly forming a blurry humanoid shape. The shape solidified, soon reshaping into Yu Hong's form. He still looked the same, a simple black and white patterned Taoist robe, black hair draped over his shoulders, pale skin, sitting cross-legged, his strong body resembling metal poured into a mold. After more than 10 minutes, Yu Hong slowly opened his eyes, lifted his hand, and looked at his unchanged palm. Soon he stood up, came to the black spirit window. Sizzle! His body instantly disappeared, passed through the window, turning into a light-like phantom, appearing directly at the rear of the black spirit. He reached out to point at the rear. Silently and quietly, a large number of platinum light dots rapidly gathered from all directions, quickly reforming into a ship identical to the previous AUS Academy spaceship at the rear. Is this the reverse ability? Yu Hong gazed at the restored AUS Academy spaceship. He didn't use the 9-position ability of the Heavenly Venerate but directly utilized the reverse talent. This talent can reverse traces from the past in a small scope. And the AUS Academy spaceship, which had recently been let go, was now reversed and returned to its original place. Looking at the familiar spaceship, Yu Hong took a deep non-existent breath and pointed at the ship again. He transmitted the thought of returning to a time when everyone was still on the spaceship. In an instant, the holy power within him flowed out madly, disappearing. In a blink, more than half of the holy power he'd cultivated was gone. At the same time, within the spaceship, figures began to appear, shadowy and translucent. Soon, Feng Shuezi, Fu Bai, Ku Chan, Quan He, Little White Dragon, all quietly and silently solidified, standing still inside the spaceship. But by this point, the holy power within Yu Hong was almost depleted. With a pop, the reverse ability abruptly stopped. The reversal of time within the spaceship also came to an end. The mages had only partially recovered, and everyone stood frozen in place, motionless, like wax figures. Crack. Suddenly, Feng Shuezi's body, like cracking ice, was the first to begin moving. Success! Yu Hong's face trembled, his teeth clenched, his figure flashed, and he appeared inside the spaceship. Welcome, welcome back. He spread his arms, a twisted smile on his face. Chapter 619, Hope 1. In this world there are many people, many things only discovered for their true worth when lost. Yu Hong once thought he understood the meaning of this sentence. But now he finds he doesn't understand. Arms wide open. His eyes widened so much they almost tore at the corners, gazing at the people below as they reformed and gathered. Teacher, Fu Bai, Quan He, Ku Chan, along with other mages from AUS Academy. They all stand quietly in the same place, their clothes, faces, unchanged from before they vanished. But they do not move. Everyone, anyone, shows no sign of movement. Their blood flows, yet they remain still like wax statues, without consciousness. I clearly, reverse time. Why? Yu Hong clenched his hands, flew swiftly, pierced into the spacecraft. He gently, cautiously landed in front of Yi. Yi is the same as before, wearing a white dress, her black hair simply tied into 2 small braids, her fair face carrying an innocent smile. Yu Hong reached out, gently placing his hand on her forehead. No reaction, the touch was icy cold. Yi? Yu Hong's nervous smile slowly faded away. He withdrew his hand, paused for a few breaths, then suddenly lunged towards Quan He, Ku Chan, and other people nearby, his hand reaching to touch their faces. All of them were cold, without the slightest awareness. This shouldn't be. I'm a heavenly venerate, a heavenly rank. Yu Hong withdrew his hand, lips trembling. He stepped back a few paces, sat cross-legged, and began to restore his depleted holy power. A moment later, his holy power restored as before. He stood again, whole body emitting black and white threads of holy power, flooding into everyone present. The strength of reversal once more exerted. Unfortunately, it was useless. Everyone, remained in that statue-like unconscious state. They stayed just as they were at the moment before disappearing, attire, posture, quietly there, no longer moving. But Yu Hong didn't give up, repeatedly trying, constantly unleashing the power of reversal. Yet without any effect. He doesn't know why it is this way. Clearly, he already possesses a heavenly rank, albeit just a rank, but the ability of a heavenly venerate he can use, this is already equivalent to most of a heavenly venerate. Clearly he has reached this extent, yet, again and again, it's unknown how much time has passed. Yu Hong finally stopped. He stood quietly in the spaceship, his face showing a peculiar bewilderment. His hand placed on Quan He's forehead, quietly. There. Right, what was I just doing? He looked at Quan He, who was smiling in front of him, yet he couldn't remember who she was. Gently retracting his hand, he walked one step at a time past Kuchan, Feng Shuizi, Fu Bai, and others. He looked at those familiar faces, yet in his mind he couldn't recall their names. The emotions from before now calmed down with the fading memory, until walking up to Yi. He reached out his hand, gently brushed Yi's long hair. He only recognized Yi among this group of people. Yes, my ability can't revive her. He suddenly remembered. Hesitating for a moment, Yu Hong embraced Yi, sword up, heading towards the black spirit. He has to find a way to revive Yi. The abilities of a heavenly venerate are vast. Surely a way must exist. It's definitely just he himself not realizing it, rather than the inability of the heavenly rank. Yu Hong thinks in his heart. Normal heavenly venerates, which of them haven't lived at least tens of thousands of years? He, at most, isn't even 100 years old. Experience and the exploration of capability rank are far less than normal levels. He believes Yi cannot be revived not because his ability is absent, but because the mastery level of his ability isn't strong enough. Returning to the black spirit, Yu Hong placed Yi back in her own room, maintained her body with holy power, then exited to begin his cultivation. Sitting by the window, he gazed at the spaceship being dragged along as it sailed. Taking out the outer eye again, casually adding a strand of hair. Then the black mark began to strengthen. If I just strengthen continuously, the heavenly venerate may perish in the heartless belt. But stronger than a heavenly venerate, I'll surely find a way. If one strengthening doesn't work, I'll keep strengthening until finding the true land of vitality. Thinking this, Yu Hong glanced at the outer eye surface where the new countdown appeared. July 4th, 26 years, 1904. This longer time made his heart tremble slightly, but still, he chose to begin strengthening. Suddenly, an immense amount of holy power was devoured into the black mark, and along with it, his consciousness and spirit were drawn in. Yu Hong slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation refinement, constantly maintaining the absorption of the black mark. A day later, the absorption ended, and the countdown officially flickered, starting the calculation. He also continued the daily reversal maintenance for Yi. One large and one small flying object turned around again, not returning but due to Yu Hong's control, freely allowing the vitality ship to guide itself in navigation. Every day, apart from cultivating and refining vitality, Yu Hong explored the use of the heavenly venerate's power. The rest of the time was spent chatting idly with Yi. He spoke, Yi listened. Time flowed continuously, slowly flipping the pages of the calendar on the electronic clock. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Inside black spirit, Yu Hong sat cross-legged to cultivate, occasionally glancing at Yi sitting at the table by the window, quietly reading a book. Yi remained motionless, smiling gently, with her eyes fixed on a book titled Array Formation Introduction in her hands. She stayed in that posture without moving. Though it was just a single pose, each time Yu Hong opened his eyes and saw her, his heart would calm down significantly. Boom! At that moment, suddenly, the entire black spirit seemed to hit something. Yu Hong's expression changed slightly. He quickly got up and hurried toward the main control room at the ship's bow. Inside the main control room, outside the circular window in pitch darkness, a spherical object emitting a faint red glow was blocking the way. This object was the first thing Yu Hong had seen in this area over the years. He thought there was nothing left in this place, but unexpectedly, something still remained. After carefully observing that object and ensuring the safe room was undamaged, he pondered for a moment and leaped out of the safe room to approach the spherical object. Approaching it, Yu Hong reached out and gently touched the sphere's surface. The entire ball was about half the size of Black Spirit. It floated in the darkness, faintly glowing red, surrounded by dissipating black air, seemingly decomposing itself continuously. Yu Hong pressed on this thing, finding its texture very resilient, somewhat like the balls he used to play with in childhood. After thinking for a moment, the tip of his finger lit up with a touch of black and white holy power, transformed into a sharp stab, lightly piercing the sphere's surface. Success. The sharp stab easily penetrated the ball's surface. In an instant, a vast stream of consciousness information gushed from inside the ball, flooding into Yu Hong's mind. It's a pleasure to meet you, latecomer. In Yu Hong's mind, a blurry humanoid figure clad in blue-purple armor appeared, its body shining with a gentle purple glow. The armor on the figure was engraved with complex and blurry patterns, with a ball of deep blue flame burning behind it, encircled by a golden ring that kept it in the center. Hello! The figure, wearing a heavy helmet, nodded slightly towards Yu Hong. No matter who you are, getting here and seeing this message means you have reached the end of the order of living beings. I am Ji, Star God King, the strongest star god, past and future, the one and only.
Ye?
Yu Hong trembled slightly, recalling the information recorded in the Star Singing Hall earlier, his heart growing serious. Can you hear me speaking? He tried to send out his own thoughts, but it was useless. Ji continued speaking his own words, as if set in a fixed program. Reaching here, you must have lost many things, because here is the Forgotten Belt, a place destined to forget the past. With the great annihilation devouring and destroying everything, the traces left in your heart by all things will disappear completely along with their total disappearance. This is destined to happen. It won't change with your efforts. He paused. Whether you're a star god, a heavenly venerate, or a progenitor, reaching this point means you have certainly mastered interference with time and space. You must have tried to reverse time. It didn't work, right? Ji spoke calmly. Yu Hong's heart tightened slightly, continuing to listen. Interference and reversal in any system require comprehensively pinpointing the material particles to be reversed. The essence of reverse interference is actually allowing the material you pinpoint to return to its previous state. Ji continued, but everything that disappeared in the Forgotten Belt cannot be perfectly restored. It's not an issue of your ability, but because at the moment of their disappearance, they have already completely lost the original particles that were part of them. None of us are completely isolated individuals. Our past is connected with the place where we were born, the universe where we were born. There lie our memories, imprints on us, our bodies and souls, all nurtured and grown by the universe where we are rooted. When the universe is completely annihilated, everything about them will also disappear from our bodies in tandem. This is forgetting. We will completely forget the past along with the annihilation of the universe we were born in, and then memory issues will arise, followed by soul defects, starting to miss the most fundamental components. Ultimately, when everything beyond the Forgotten Belt begins to annihilate, our memories, including everything about the past, will silently decompose and disappear. Memory is composed of information from countless affairs, and when the information of affairs disappears, memory also disappears accordingly. Without memory, cognition completely disappears. Everything returns to the most ignorant phase of a baby before existence. Ji stopped, letting out a long sigh. But do you think this is the end?
No.
Babies do not come without roots. Everything that constitutes our infant period consists of traces left by life evolution. Their essence is similarly composed of all things. With the annihilation of all things, their traces also annihilate together. Thus, the foundation for a baby's existence also dissolves. He sighed once more. So, do you now understand the essence of the Forgotten Belt? It's not that it has its own calamity, causing you to be forgotten, but rather upon reaching here, the external world inevitably annihilates completely. Thus here, everything whose rank is not high enough will disappear. Chapter 6:20. Hope 2. Yu Hong understood. He realized he understood the true intent of the message G left behind. Unconsciously, he turned back and looked at E sitting by the window inside the black spirit, motionless, reading a book. Now he suddenly understood. That was not E at all. Just a fantasy he couldn't let go of in his heart. Because everything that made up E, be it matter or soul, had already vanished in the extinction, and likewise, E had long since thoroughly disappeared in the great annihilation outside. Forgotten in the forgotten belt was just a facade. In other words, if he wanted to revive E, completely, truly revive her, he must control the great annihilation outside, find the traces that make up E, and recreate them, then he can recreate the complete E. A deep sorrow welled up from Yu Hong's heart. Of course, you can choose to just revive a part of them, but without the memory and soul before the great annihilation, they would be no more than living dead. Ji calmly continued. Without your power to sustain them, the next moment they would completely disintegrate. He raised his hand, palm up, igniting a pure golden flame. I once thought I could lead the tribe, escape the great annihilation, and live until the next great annihilation, but, unfortunately, I was wrong. The reason I tell you so much is to explain the root cause of my failure. In fact, having reached this point, even we will slowly start to disappear due to the trace's extinction. It's just that our rank is so high that we disappear far slower than other individuals. That's all. The forgotten belt doesn't cause you to forget. You're destined to only reach this point here, and then start forgetting. It's not that you forget them, but all things forget you. Ji's voice carried a trace of despair, a hint of pain. Then, is there still hope? Yu Hong couldn't help but ask. Of course, hope has always been there. It's just that I can't continue. Ji gently raised his hand, tossing the golden flame upwards, letting it float toward Yu Hong. I am the star god, deeply intertwined with all things, the great annihilation of all things. I can only go this far. What lies beyond? I do not know. I can only tell you where I found hope. The golden flame flew in front of Yu Hong, like a kind of legacy. In an instant, countless golden threads flew out of the flame, linking to his face. Countless images surged into his mind. Source material. Source material, source material, source material. All the images were concentrated on parts related to source material. How to use source material, how to create and refine source material, a vast amount of information was concentrated inside. To continue moving forward, you must rid yourself of the traces of all things. But who in this world can completely eliminate them? Everything is like leaves on a giant tree, interconnected. It's impossible not to leave traces of all things. Having reached this point, I realized that all things have never been different. They are from beginning to end, just one thing, all destined for annihilation. Ji finally sighed, his form slowly fading, turning transparent, and disappearing from sight. Yu Hong silently absorbed the vast amount of image information within the golden flame until the flame dissipated and extinguished. He then left the space in his mind, seeing that the sphere inside the forgotten belt had already disappeared. He paused for a moment, turned around, and returned to the black spirit. Looking at E sitting by the window, he completely understood the principle of the heavenly venerates temporal intervention, which is based on the traces of all connected things for interference. Following the traces of all things, reversing time, remanifesting everything. This is the ability of the heavenly venerate. But now most of all things are already gone. To be exact, from the start of the great annihilation, they all actually began their synchronous extinction. Like a giant tree, where the roots first began to decay. It's just that the speed was so fast that the leaves finally fell yet remained verdant green. Then why am I unaffected? Is it rank or? Yu Hong suddenly thought of something. Suddenly, he lightly grasped, and a black phone appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the phone he used before coming to this world. Perhaps it's because I am not originally nurtured from the things of this world. He suddenly understood, once again lifting his head. He saw E by the window lift her head and smile at him gently. Then, a breeze blew past. E slowly faded, turned transparent, and disappeared from her seat, leaving only the book gently falling onto the table, the pages naturally closing with elasticity. Yu Hong's throat stirred as he walked step by step, gently picking up the book, placing it at his nose, closing his eyes, smelling the lingering scent of Yi. If it's truly as Ji said, then perhaps I really am the only hope, the only entity in this world that won't disappear due to the annihilation of all things. He opened his eyes, set down the book, and looked up through the window. He suddenly thought of one of his rank's abilities, to radiate and affect solidify the things around him, making them take on solidified essence too. Perhaps this is the reason why his safe house remains. After all, the traces of all things extinction affect not only life but also things all disappearing and vanishing. Wait for me, since there is still hope. I will not give up. Yu Hong's gaze grew more solemn. The annihilation of all things traces will inevitably sooner or later affect me. Even Ji at that level disappeared, which means my time is limited too. I originally thought I could hide here forever. I was too naive. Even if I'm not the leaves of this world, the memories concerning this world will still definitely be affected. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood the essence of life's forgetfulness. Perhaps it was due to the dissolution of traces. When the traces of things in one's memory start to dissolve, even memory will follow suit. This isn't something within human control, but a change in the information itself. Everything will naturally dissolve. There's no way to prevent it. Information traces are the same. The only solution is replication. But what is replicated is never the thing itself, merely an imitation. Just a new, distorted entity. Ji's arrival made Yu Hong completely understand everything, abandoning the last trace of luck. He fully understood that only by truly finding the land of vitality and then ensuring absolute safety for himself, by constantly reinforcing himself, might there be a sliver of hope to reverse everything. The black spirit flew over the last message place left by Ji, continuing to move deeper. This time, there was no companionship, no conversation, only Yu Hong alone. Sailing alone, moving forward alone. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 10 years later, in the dark void, an irregularly shaped black meteorite steadily and uniformly sped towards the unknown depths. Inside the meteorite is a 3-layer structured black small building. In the underground main control room by the circular window, a tall, burly young man was holding a guitar, his head lowered, gently strumming and singing. The man had a full beard, deep eyes, wore a simple gray t-shirt and light blue jeans, his long hair draping over his chest. The quiet village, it's snowing. Under the gloomy sky, pigeons are flying. Yu Hong gently sang, his fingers lightly plucking the strings of the handmade guitar. The clear and clean sound of the guitar echoed lonelily in this small space. The light was brightly soft, the outside pitch black and quiet. The mild buzzing sound of the array and energy furnace seemingly accompanied the song and music. After the song ended, Yu Hong set down the guitar, as if hearing the sound of a girl clapping forcefully. "You, big brother, you sang so well." The voice stammered, very pleasant, very cute. Why are you stammering again?"
Yu Hong instinctively smiled.
But the next moment, his smile froze, as he seemed puzzled by saying that. The sound at his ear abruptly vanished. He stood up, gazing into the seemingly endless darkness ahead. He did not know how much longer he needed to fly to leave here, but it didn't matter, he wouldn't disappear, wouldn't be forgotten, so he could continue waiting. Picking up a small metal figurine from the table beside him, he carefully examined it, memorizing its appearance, then began engraving again on its back. This was his daily task, because the words engraved yesterday would mysteriously vanish the next day. The face of the figurine would become blurred again. These all needed his maintenance and replication again. Replication is his method to combat forgetting. After finishing these, Yu Hong walked out of the main control room, looking towards the empty table and chairs by the window. Closing his eyes, he reopened them. By the table and chairs, a young girl in a white dress appeared, looking adorable. She held a book in her hands, smiling as she read. Yu Hong also showed a slight smile, swiftly preparing 2 bowls of instant dumplings, cabbage and minced meat, placing them on the table, and sat opposite the girl. He quietly ate the dumplings while talking to the girl about his cultivation status and the recent progress in exploring his abilities.
Boom.
Suddenly, the entire black spirit shook violently. Yu Hong's expression changed, quickly standing up, rushing to the main control room, and looking forward. Outside the window directly ahead, in the previously unchanging infinite darkness, now slowly emerged a vast golden light wall. The light wall was like liquid gold, its surface undulating, waves surging, like a golden sea erected vertically. The blinding golden light emitted from it coated the black spirit and the following AUS spaceship in a layer of gold. Yu Hong quietly observed the wall like a golden ocean, allowing the black spirit to begin self-acceleration, faster and more urgent, rushing towards the golden ocean. Puff! In an instant, everything in front of Yu Hong was dyed gold. The golden ocean ignored the walls and array of the black spirit, pouring in countless golden ocean water, completely flooding the room. But the next moment, a purple halo blossomed around Yu Hong's body, creating a spherical light curtain. The light curtain expanded again, reconstructing the space of the safe house. The entire safe house, like a black fish, fiercely rushed into the golden ocean, disappearing in the blink of an eye.